Chapter 2175. Everything in this world had been created by the life goddess. There were a vast number of peculiar and terrifying living beings living here, and if they were to be released into the Tai Chu continent, they would definitely be an unimaginable disaster. Of course, there were also some extremely adorable living beings here that satisfied the life goddess interest. No matter what kind of living being they were, they could only be destroyed in the face of the golden sword projection and the boundless darkness that split the earth and space. The power of destruction had already spread throughout the entire world. The heavenly life goddess was having a showdown with the battling Buddha, demon Lord Lingu, and the other members of the Gods of Destruction team. The battling Buddha's golden bandit staff had been destroyed, and one of his arms had already been severed. Michael had been killed 3 times, and his holy light indestructible body was on the brink of collapse. Yun Menjing's wings had been plucked off, and Demon Lord Ling Gu had been pummeled into a salted egg. If it weren't for the fact that Demon Emperor Siyu had forcibly consumed divine wine and unleashed his god of creation stage power, all of these members would have most likely been killed already. However, that didn't mean that he could defeat the heavenly life goddess. All he could do was delay their annihilation. Boom! A crimson saber of death tore a gaping wound into Demon Emperor Siyu's chest, instantly draining all of his blood, and his life force was quickly being stripped away. The life goddess stood in the air with a cold expression on her face. "Accept your deaths. You don't deserve to live." The life goddess raised her saber of death high into the air. Right at this moment, a peerlessly sharp golden light imbued with the paramount Sword Tao true intent and absolute Tao intent that could slice through heaven and earth hurtled through the air from afar, upon which the heavens were shattered, and the earth was shattered as darkness engulfed everything. Life, matter, energy, space, laws, and even the Tao of heaven and earth all began to descend toward destruction at this moment. Everything happened so suddenly, and it struck fear into everyone's hearts. The world had been destroyed. The life goddess body shuddered as if she had been immobilized by something. She looked on with incredulity etched on her face. How could this be? This is a world that I created. How could it disappear just like that? Not only is there heaven-crushing power, but there's also the power of darkness and Lin. It's you again, it's in Lin again. Ah! The life goddess suddenly let loose an enraged roar as boundless life force erupted forth, spreading for hundreds of kilometers. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This power seemed to be trying to mend this world. However, it was all too late. Not only had the matter of life been destroyed, even the laws of the world and the heavenly Tao had been severely damaged and were heading towards destruction. The goddess of life's efforts were of no help at all. If she were a god of creation, she would have been able to detect the anomaly immediately and carry out a comprehensive rescue. But the problem was that the authority had been given to the 2 protectors. You want to take back the authority? Not only would they not be able to save this world, but they would also suffer a backlash from the destruction of this world. Only a fool would do such a thing. Hence, even the heavenly life god, the creator of this world, could only look on as everything before her eyes fell toward destruction. Why is it like this? I've spent so much effort to create this world. And Lin, why do you always make life difficult for me? The life goddess looked at the world that was being destroyed in front of her, and her orange eyes were filled with tears. Indignation and helplessness filled her entire body, making her doubt herself and doubt reality. Why was it that all of her precious possessions were being completely destroyed by Lin? Regardless of whether it was the immortal universe, the world tree, the 3 true heavenly reincarnation formation, or the living world, none of them could escape from Lin. The members of the Gods of Destruction team were also dumbstruck. Their team leader was simply too bad *. They had thought that foiling the plans of the 3 paramount heavenly gods would already be a huge boon for them. But who would have thought that they would also be destroying the world created by the goddess of life? The goddess of life was being bullied to the point of tears by team leader Lin. How powerful did one have to be to make a paramount heavenly god cry? In the past, they wouldn't even dare to imagine something like this. Even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they still felt like they were dreaming. Of course, Michael, Demon Lord Lingu, and the others didn't dare to say anything. If they were to provoke the goddess of life now, they would be using their own lives to mock the enemy. They were simply complaining that they had lived for too long. Big Brother Lin is so bad *SS. He has demonstrated to us what it means to crush the heavens. The battling Buddha praised with excitement. Big Brother Lin, you should be calling him Heavenly Disciple. Yun Menjing blushed as she clasped her hands over her delicate cheeks and looked into the darkness in the distance. Heavenly Disciple, like this is so mesmerizing. I feel that my broken little world in the past is like playing house compared to this. Michael sighed with emotion. This is far too powerful and unimaginable. To think that such a high-level world could be destroyed using heaven-crushing techniques. My heaven-crushing techniques will definitely be able to elevate my heaven-crushing techniques to a whole new level. The heaven-crushing sect, Heavenly Disciple candidates, were all extremely proud and powerful beings. However, in the face of Lin, all they could do was express heartfelt admiration and reverence. They couldn't help but be impressed by such a bad *SS character. At this moment, Demon Emperor Siyu took advantage of the goddess of life's dazed state to transmit his voice to the members of the Gods of Destruction team. Let's use the Void Body Mantra right now and leave this world. This world is about to collapse. The Void Body Mantra could conceal itself from the senses of heavenly gods to the greatest extent. It was unrealistic to play hide-and-seek in front of the goddess of life. However, the goddess of life's attention was completely drawn to the destruction of this world. This was a completely different matter. All of them used the void body illusion technique to erase their presence as much as possible before fleeing toward the exit of this living world. They knew that they had already completed their most important mission. If they continued to stay in this world, they would instead become a burden to Lin. As such, it was better to escape this world first. They fled. The goddess of life didn't chase after them. At this moment, at the center of the world's destruction, this place had already transformed into a vast expanse of darkness. This was the most primordial darkness. There was nothing and nothing existed. It was as if this were the origin of everything, the end of all eternity. And Lin stood at the center of this darkness. He existed, and he perfectly blended in with the non-existence around him. It was as if he were the king who ruled over everything. This world is completely finished. Heaven-crushing progress, 99%. There's still the last 1%. Didn't you tell me to kill you? And Lin turned to look at the trembling flower goddess with a grin. Didn't you tell me to kill you? Now I'm going to kill you. Chapter 2176. The flower goddess was scared out of her wits when she heard Lin's words. She had thought that she was invincible and that as long as she was in this world, she would never die and that she could mock and provoke Lin to her heart's content. But now, she finally realized what a foolish mistake she had made, and Lin could kill her, and he had the ability to kill her forever. Furthermore, he had already raised the sword in his hand, and the fear of death had engulfed her entire body. She didn't even have the courage to beg for mercy. No, no. Farewell, flower goddess who won't die. And Lin spoke indifferently, and the evil-slaying sword descended. A black line appeared on the flower goddess body. The black line then expanded and completely engulfed her body. Her aura and her existence also completely disappeared from this world. And Lin then turned his gaze toward the Wonder God. The Wonder God had a backbone, and he pounced toward Lin as if he had gone berserk, intending to fight to the death. However, before he could even get close to Lin, the final power of heaven and earth had already acted upon his body, causing his entire body to swell and the energy within his body to go berserk. He howled hysterically in pain. And Lin knew that this was the backlash from the destruction of the world to the god of creation. Originally, this backlash was born by the goddess of life, but due to the transfer of the authority of the god of creation, the backlash was now born by the wonder god. And Lin seemed to have understood something in that instant. Could it be that the goddess of life already had this plan in mind when she created the two guardians? Or perhaps she already had a way to deal with this extreme situation. Otherwise, how could the two guardians be so compatible with this world before the wonder god could even get close to him? He was completely annihilated. The destruction of the world, the death of the god of creation. Everything was over, and Lin could even hear the sound of the heavenly Tao collapsing. Everything in the world turned into nothingness. And Lin looked around to discover that everything had been transformed into darkness and chaos. There was no space, no direction, nothing. However, this nothingness could destroy everything that existed, turning everything that existed into something that didn't exist. Everything turned into nothingness, eternal darkness. This was the truest Tao. And Lin sighed softly, but no one knew what he was sighing about. Little Xia, I gave you a great world to train in. Have you comprehended anything yet? The evil-slaying sword in his hand shuddered slightly and let out a clear ringing, indicating that it was in the process of attaining enlightenment. After that, it fell silent again. It was quite clear that little Xia had benefited greatly from this trip. No one would dare to think of giving little Xia an entire great world to practice her heaven-crushing technique on. Even gods of creation didn't have the guts to do something like that. After all, doing something like that could cost someone their life. To be honest, if this world wasn't the goddess of life's world, and Lin wouldn't have dared to do that. It just so happened that the life goddess was busy refining the immeasurable flower and couldn't spare any energy to use the power of creation. It just so happened that the living world was at its weakest, and there were only two rookies acting as the creator gods. And Lin would not break the heavens. I'm sorry for this series of coincidences. However, he could not help but sigh in the end. All of the living beings in the living world had been created by the goddess of life, and they were part of the enemy's army. However, Lin had destroyed them all at once. As a human, Lin always felt guilty. His power was darkness, so he should have been excited to destroy a world and turn it into nothingness. However, he existed more as a living being, and living beings always had a sense of reverence and pity toward other living beings. This was a trait that he was unable to erase. This was a very conflicted feeling, but Lin didn't feel like he was abnormal. So be it. There aren't that many ideal battles in this world anyway. In order to achieve victory, I have to learn to make some cruel choices. And Lin shook his head before flying toward the point where the two worlds were connected. He could sense that the Gods of Destruction team had already left this place, so it was time for him to return. Amid the chaos and darkness, there was still a gate between the two worlds that was glowing with a faint light. And Lin made his way toward the gate, only to see the figure of a woman beside the gate. The woman was dressed in a light green floral dress, and her figure was graceful and unparalleled. She had a beautiful face that seemed to be able to dispel all gloominess, and her orange-red eyes were shining brightly. She looked at Lin in silence, and Lin wanted to pretend that he didn't see her and directly step into the gate between the two worlds. Then the woman took a step forward and blocked his way. She stared at the man in front of her and said word by word, "You blew up my home, and you want to leave just like that without saying a word. Then what do you want? Could it be that you want to seek revenge? Do you not want to live anymore?" And Lin asked in a calm and collected manner, "You can't kill me. You should know this from the moment you entered the living world." The woman's voice was still calm, and Lin looked at the unbelievably beautiful woman in front of him. Her eyes were still a little red, and it was clear that she had just been crying. And Lin felt like the goddess of life was quite pitiful, and he could only take advantage of the fact that he couldn't kill her. He didn't deny the goddess of life's words. Your life force is indeed a little strange. I can't do anything to you for now, but you can't kill me either. I'm not trying to kill you by force." A smile appeared on the goddess of life's face. "It's just that I have something I want to talk to you about." The members of the god-slaying team escaped from the living world. They were still unable to contain their excitement as they traveled along the passageway between the two worlds. "We've done something earth-shattering." Demon Lord Lingu was extremely excited. "That's right. We've successfully foiled the scheme of the three paramount heavenly gods and destroyed the heavenly life god's world, thereby eliminating a major threat to the Tai Chu continent." Yun Menjing was also in a very good mood. She had finally realized her value. It's very likely that the monsters in the living world were created by the heavenly life god in order to cleanse the entire continent after destroying the human race. We've done a huge favor by destroying them in advance. Demon Emperor Siyu gulped down another mouthful of wine with elation. "I wonder how Big Brother Enlin is doing. He's going to have to face the wrath of the heavenly life god." The battling Buddha was a little concerned. "Let's trust in Enlin. He'll definitely be safe with his powerful combat prowess. The living world is too dangerous, so we should get out of here as soon as possible," Michael said. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. The battle in the living world had already come to an end, so they wouldn't be of much help for now. As opposed to staying there and making Enlin worry and protect them, it was better for them to get out of here so that Enlin wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. Soon they made it out of the passageway between the two worlds. They thought that they had finally escaped from danger. However, never would they have thought that an even more terrifying existence would be in the White Nectar Sea. Chapter 2177. Even the weakest member of the God of Destruction team was at the Tao Integration pinnacle stage. However, when they appeared at the bottom of the White Jade Sea, they were struck by an extremely powerful sense of fear, as if their bodies had been enveloped by an extremely terrifying power. They knew that this power wasn't targeting them, but the invisible pressure emanating from it made them even more afraid to breathe. What kind of scene was this? The White Jade Sea had been blasted into smithereens by the power of light, and the seabed had been completely deformed. Chaotic turbulence and laws of destruction could be seen everywhere. Above the sea, violent storms roared, lightning flashed, and waterspouts covered heaven and earth. There were also countless peculiar seas that revolved like galaxies, exuding extremely terrifying oceanic might. Elsewhere in the sky, there was a holy power of light surging, transforming heaven and earth from night into day and purifying everything it shone upon. At the top of the heavens, there was an unimaginable giant that obscured the entire sky. It spread open its arms, as if it were trying to embrace the entire world. The heavenly light goddess, the heavenly sea god, the heavenly heaven god, all three paramount heavenly gods were here. However, Michael's legs began to tremble. All three paramount heavenly gods are here. This welcome is way too grand. Michael, who was struggling to even fight the heavenly temperature god, was feeling extremely nervous and desperate now. He really couldn't handle such a terrifying scene. Not only him, but all of the other members present were also struggling. Just getting close to the three paramount heavenly gods was already making them tremble in fear. How could they muster up the courage to fight against them? "Calm down, they're not targeting us." Demon Emperor Siyu was the first to calm down. Only then did everyone come to their senses. That's right, all sorts of terrifying powers were clashing, and they really weren't targeting them. They had all been scared *less by the overwhelming auras. But now that they had calmed down, they discovered that the three paramount heavenly gods were engaged in an internal battle. They were even more dumbstruck now. What the *CK were the three paramount heavenly gods fighting? The human race hadn't even been eradicated yet, and they were already fighting, and their brains were being beaten out of their bodies. What kind of vendetta was this? It was not an exaggeration to say that their brains were being beaten out of their bodies. At this moment, the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god's auras had become unimaginably powerful, and they had also entered some kind of paramount state. And Lin had once told them that this was the true form of a heavenly god. It was the ultimate trump card of a supreme heavenly god. They had been very worried about what they would do if the paramount Empyrean gods were to unleash their true Tao forms at the same time. However, the paramount heavenly gods weren't using their true Tao manifestation against the heaven-crushing united army. Instead, they were using their true Tao manifestation against the heavenly light goddess, who was also a heavenly god. It was too dreamy. What the hell happened? The members of the God of Destruction team were both shocked and overjoyed. It was hard to describe their complicated emotions at the moment. It was like playing a game of Fight the Landlord. The landlord didn't have many cards in his hand and looked like he was going to lose. In the end, two farmers suddenly got into a fight and even threw ace bombs at each other. The key was that the ace bombs didn't double. It was purely a waste of trump cards. What kind of experience was that? It was really hard to describe. However, they knew that perhaps they could properly thank the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess definitely had something to do with everything that was happening right now. If they knew that the heavenly light goddess had just saved them from being attacked by the two paramount heavenly gods, their emotions would definitely become even more complicated. They might even shed tears of gratitude. The heavenly light goddess is truly powerful. To think that she was able to force out the true forms of the two paramount heavenly gods. Yun Menjing's sensory abilities were extremely powerful. Thus, she was able to sense just how thrilling everything that was happening before her eyes was. However, it looks like the heavenly light goddess won't be able to hold on much longer either. It's very likely that she's going to unleash her true Tao manifestation. The battling Buddha observed the battle with his golden fiery eyes. Haha, isn't that even better? Our enemies have one less trump card now. Demon Lord Ling Gu was very elated. Fight! Fight! Let's kill each other. Right at this moment, the massive white humanoid figure in the sky suddenly extended a palm toward the heavenly light goddess, upon which boundless power of space poured down upon the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess expression shifted slightly, and her body flashed through the air. However, her movements were severely restricted by the space that had been reinforced over 10,000 times, so she was completely unable to evade. Boom! A massive force crashed into the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess was blasted into the ocean. A massive palm print that spanned over 10,000 kilometers appeared over the White Nectar Sea, pushing aside all of the seawater and even the rock formations at the bottom of the sea. Michael and the others were situated right at the edge of the palm strike, and they had already unleashed their divine abilities to evade it. However, they were still blasted flying by the power of the palm strike, upon which they sustained various injuries. We can't stay here any longer. We have to get out of here. Demon Emperor, see, you spoke in an urgent voice. There were risks involved in spectating this battle. If they were unlucky, even powerful beings like them could perish on the spot. Even without his reminder, the other members of the Heavenly Light Goddess sect knew what to do. Thus, they didn't say anything and immediately fled into the distance. However, things were still progressing from bad to worse. After unleashing its true Tao manifestation, the Heavenly Heaven God's sensory abilities were extremely fearsome, and he immediately discovered the few people who were quickly fleeing through the ocean. I see a few ants. The Heavenly Heaven God turned toward the fleeing members of the God-slaying team. In that instant, all of the God-slaying team members felt as if the space around them had become extremely viscous. Their speed of movement plummeted at a rapid rate, as if there was something extremely terrifying above their heads that was causing the space around them to undergo a qualitative change, thereby impeding their movement. Crap, we've been targeted. All of the God-slaying team members felt as if they had been plunged into a glacial pit. They really were being targeted. Furthermore, the heavenly gods' gaze alone was enough to render all of their fleeing divine abilities completely ineffective. What was it like to be targeted by a paramount heavenly god who had unleashed his true Tao manifestation? The battling Buddha and the others were finally able to experience this feeling. This was the feeling of having their lives firmly in the hands of their enemy. They had already attained their heaven-crushing true intent and had even broken the sky of a small world. But they were still struck by a deep sense of powerlessness in the face of this boundlessly mighty being. Why are there only a few ants? Where's the heavenly darkness god? Could it be that he's still fighting in an inhabited world? How is the heavenly life god? The heavenly heaven god's voice was imbued with paramount might. Cold sweat poured down the faces of all of the god-slaying team members. There was no way they could respond to this. If they told them that the heavenly life god's world had been destroyed by Enlil, would the heavenly heaven god destroy them in a fit of rage? A few seconds later. All right, you'd rather die than divulge this information? The heavenly heaven god's wrath erupted into the heavens. All of the god-slaying team members were on the verge of tears. How was this having a backbone? They really didn't know what to say. At this moment, the heavenly heaven god had already raised his arm, which crashed down viciously toward all of the god-slaying team members. Chapter 2178. The battling Buddha swore that this was the most despairing moment he had ever experienced. As he looked at the oncoming palm, he couldn't help but recall the feeling of being crushed by Buddha Shakyamuni's palm when he was still very weak. That was a sense of despair that had nowhere to run. He had already become very powerful. But when that sense of despair appeared again, he suddenly realized that he still had a long way to go and was nowhere near powerful enough. Infinite intoxication. Fist of the heavenly Tao. Demon Emperor Siyu unleashed his final retaliation, and a golden fist projection erupted into the sky, as if it were going to destroy the entire world. Dazzling golden light lit up heaven and earth, even taking away some of the light from the palm in the sky. All of the other members of the god-slaying team were roused by this punch. Finger of the heavenly Tao. Mi Jia Lai pointed a finger at the sky, and holy light and golden light fused perfectly at that moment, shooting up into the clouds. Fist of the heavenly Tao. The battling Buddha let loose an enraged roar as he also unleashed a fist toward the massive palm in the sky. At the same time, countless divine monkeys materialized to unleash their own fists, making it appear as if there were countless fists of the heavenly Tao hurtling toward the sky. Palm of the heavenly Tao. Demon Lord Ling Gu also unleashed a palm, reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. Black and white intertwined in Yun Menjing's eyes as she spread open her wings and charged toward the heavenly heaven god's attack. At the same time, she unleashed a yin-yang spell technique that could sever reincarnation, which continued to expand in size in an attempt to take on the palm. All 5 members of the god-slaying team unleashed their most powerful defenses in that instant. One top-notch heaven-crushing technique after another clashed with the massive spatial palm, upon which world-destroying destructive power erupted. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored violently. The massive palm in the sky tremored violently, and countless cracks even began to appear on its surface. The heavenly heaven god's expression shifted slightly. He could feel a tearing sensation erupting from his palm, as well as a power that threatened to tear apart heaven and earth. This power was comprised of 5 different types of powers, and all of them were unleashed at the same time, making it impossible for the heavenly heaven god's palm to descend any further. Demon Emperor Siyu and the others didn't dare to waste any more time, and they immediately fled toward Yutong City. Interesting. Who would have thought that ants like you would have the will to defy the heavens? The heavenly heaven god chuckled as an even more terrifying power erupted from its palm, and it descended from the sky again. The power of the space world crazily pressed down on the 5 members. How could it allow its enemies to run away after offending its dignity? Anyone who dared to appear in front of it could only die. The palm of the sky descended. Before the palm even arrived, the ocean had already caved in, forming an incomparably huge palm print that stretched for thousands of miles. The seawater roared and the rock layers exploded. The members of the God of Destruction team felt an indescribable force at that moment. They were unable to react in time and were thrown into the ocean. The battling Buddha's immortal divine monkey body was torn apart by the terrifying atmospheric pressure, and blood splattered through the air. Michael was even flattened by the power of space, and he looked like he was about to become flat. Demon Emperor C, you didn't fare any better either. He used the wine gourd on his back to defend himself, but the surface of the gourd was already covered in cracks and could explode at any moment. Just when everyone was in despair, a purplish golden beam of light suddenly shot out from the seabed and fled into the distance. Its speed was even faster than the speed of light as it pierced through space. "Don't let her get away!" the heavenly sea god roared. "Trying to escape? Dream on." The heavenly heaven god's attention was also drawn to the golden beam of light. It withdrew its power toward the members of the God of Destruction team and focused its power on the purplish golden beam of light. The boundless power of the heavens instantly enshrouded the beam of light, and its speed began to plummet. The members of the God of Destruction team regained their freedom. They were all heavily injured and covered in blood. The sky palm had attacked them from all directions. Even their souls had almost been torn apart by that palm. Having survived the ordeal, they did not say a word and continued to run. The heavenly light goddess wanted to take advantage of the gap between them and the heavenly heaven god and the heavenly light goddess to escape. Of course, they could also take advantage of the gap between them and the heavenly heaven god and the heavenly light goddess to escape. From the looks of it, the heavenly heaven god was clearly more interested in the heavenly light goddess. After seeing the heavenly light goddess trying to escape, the heavenly heaven god completely ignored them. In fact, it didn't even want to waste a single second before unleashing its full power to attack the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess escape plan was destined to fail. 5 figures fled from the White Nectar Sea in a sorry state at an extremely fast speed. When their auras completely escaped from the 2 paramount heavenly gods, all of them were struck by the urge to cry. This was a feeling as if they had risen from hell to heaven. We did it. We managed to escape. We were able to escape from the paramount heavenly gods' true forms of Tao. Who would have thought that we would be able to do this? This is all thanks to the assistance of the heavenly light goddess. We're so unlucky. We were dragged into the most powerful battle of our enemies and were almost killed by the heavenly heaven god. Thankfully, we were lucky in the end. The members of the God of Destruction team sighed with emotion as they continued to flee. By the way, it's not bad that we were able to escape, but what about Big Boss and Lin? He's going to come out of the gate of the 2 realms soon, and he's definitely going to face the wrath of the 2 paramount heavenly gods, or even the 4 paramount heavenly gods. Demon Lord Ling Gu suddenly spoke. All of the members drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. No way. After all, the sea and the sky still have to chase after the light. You think they'll let someone who killed the paramount heavenly earth god, destroyed countless heavenly gates, and foiled countless plans of the paramount heavenly gods? With how powerful Enlin is, they might even temporarily stop fighting and join forces. Everyone became even more perturbed upon hearing this. That was indeed the case. For powerful beings of their caliber, they were already in despair when faced with a paramount heavenly god. Now, Enlin was going to have to face 4 paramount heavenly gods? Just the thought of it sent chills running down their spines, just as the members of the God of Destruction team were worrying about Enlin. A series of transparent crystalline barriers transformed into boundless layers that sealed off the purplish golden light. A peculiar spatial tremor erupted from the pinnacle of the heavens, and the woman in the black dress was forced out of the light of 2 realms. Splat! Blood splattered through the air. 3 golden spear-like objects pierced through the woman's body. The light goddess' eyes widened as she stared at her chest, which had been punctured by the golden ocean trident. The golden ocean trident was imbued with the boundless power of the ocean, as if it were a manifestation of tens of thousands of boundless oceans. The heavenly heaven god had been forced to reveal his true form of Tao by this trident, so one could imagine just how terrifying the heavenly sea god's golden trident was. It's over. A smile appeared on the heavenly sea god's face as he looked at the heavenly light goddess, who was riddled with wounds. If you don't use your true form of Tao, you're going to die. Chapter 2179. The heavenly light goddess was impaled by the golden ocean trident. Her body was riddled with wounds, and this was the first time she felt her life slipping away. Light could not escape the pursuit of the sea and the sky. The power of the golden ocean trident was like a vortex in the ocean, threatening to engulf her and merge her with the ocean forever. The heavenly sea god was right. She was going to die. If she didn't release her true Tao, she was really going to die. The heavenly light goddess had miscalculated. She had initially planned to force out the true Tao of a paramount heavenly god before escaping. However, she didn't think that the heavenly sea god would stab the heavenly heaven god in the back. She was now facing two true Tao manifestations. This was simply hell mode. Right at this moment, the spatial gate at the bottom of the ocean began to tremor slightly. A handsome man in a white robe walked out leisurely. However, his leisurely expression suddenly changed in the next second. Holy F***CK! What's going on? He was dumbstruck. He sensed three extremely terrifying auras. The man who had appeared was none other than Enlin. In the instant that Enlin returned to the Tai Chu continent, his entire body tensed up, and he immediately entered a battle mode, fearing that the three paramount heavenly gods had set up a trap to kill him. However, he soon discovered that he was overthinking things. The heavenly sea god's trident was impaled in the chest of an extremely beautiful woman, so there was no way that they were here to kill him. However, Enlin was even more dumbstruck when he saw the situation before him. The moonlit night monarch. No, it's not her. There's a power that I hate, the power of light. It's the heavenly light goddess. Also, the heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god are in very terrifying states, but they're also very familiar. Are these F***king true Tao manifestations? These must be the true Tao manifestations. And Lin was completely astonished. Three paramount heavenly gods were fighting, and two of them had unleashed their true Tao manifestations. This was way too F***king bizarre. Am I trapped in some kind of illusionary realm? The amount of information imbued in front of him gave Enlin a massive shock. But before they had the time to digest it, the three gods had already noticed Enlin's appearance. It couldn't be helped. They were now in a state of combat with full firepower, so they were extremely sensitive to their surroundings. In particular, sky and sea had even used their Tao forms. Even if Enlin used darkness to envelop his body, he still wouldn't be able to conceal his aura. It's Enlin. Enlin has come out. The heavenly sea god exclaimed excitedly. Why are you the only one here? What happened to the heavenly life god? The heavenly heaven god seemed to have realized something and flared up with rage. Life is a good girl. She passed away peacefully, Enlin said with a smile. Rumble. In an instant, the terrifying power of the sky crashed down on Enlin. A huge hole was blasted open in the ocean where Enlin was, causing a sky-shaking roar. The boundless power even caused the seabed's rock layer to crack for thousands of kilometers. And Lin was at the center of this power. The black feather robe wrapped around his body, blocking that power. He could sense the limits of the sky, and his expression finally became a bit more serious. It's not a good habit to speak ill of me behind my back. A clear and sweet voice sounded from behind him. And Lin, you ruined my plan and destroyed my world. Are you prepared to pay with your life? The voice was very pleasant, but it was imbued with an extremely cold intent. A woman with a perfect figure walked out from the gate between the two worlds with a deathly light saber in her hand. She immediately slashed the saber toward Lin, and Lin immediately raised a hand to defend himself. The power of death exploded right before his eyes, creating a massive hole in the seawater around him. This was not due to the clash of powers. Instead, the seawater had been corroded by the power of death and was instantly disintegrated into nothingness. Not only could the power of death unleashed by the heavenly life goddess annihilate life forms, but it could also forcibly annihilate matter. What a violent woman! And Lin's lips curled up into a smile as he gripped the heavenly life goddess deathly lightsaber with one hand before lashing out with a kick. Boom! Darkness exploded. All of the heavenly life goddess defenses were engulfed by the domineering darkness, and her slender waist was almost deformed from the force of the kick. She let loose a muffled groan as she was sent flying, and Lin unleashed his full power, and he could even completely suppress a paramount heavenly god. And Lin, you're dead. The heavenly heaven god was enraged by the sight of the heavenly life goddess being bullied by Enlin. The light goddess yelled in a righteous voice, "Heavenly God, heavenly sea god, you know just how terrifying Enlin is. Not only is he my enemy, but he's also your enemy. With such a powerful enemy, the longer we keep him around, the more trouble we'll have to face in the future. Now is the perfect opportunity to kill him. If you miss this opportunity, it will be very difficult for you to find another one. I, the light goddess, am willing to form a temporary alliance with you to kill Enlin together. We'll settle our scores after we kill Enlin. What do you think?" Enlin drew a sharp intake of breath. The heavenly sea god and the heavenly heaven god's expressions changed drastically. However, they were clearly tempted by the light goddess proposal. The light goddess was indeed a huge threat, but was the heavenly darkness god not a huge threat? They wanted to use the light goddess to deplete the heaven-crushing sex power. Letting the heavenly light goddess off for now and focusing on Enlin didn't seem like a bad idea. Enlin felt like something was amiss. The heavenly light goddess was trying to lure their enemies to him? Did she really think he was a weakling? He immediately spoke in a panicked voice. Heavenly sea god, don't forget who forced you to reveal your true Tao forms. Instead of avenging yourself, you're trying to kill me? Are you going to help the heavenly light goddess count the money after being sold? His words struck a sore spot for the two paramount heavenly gods. They knew that Enlin was not a bad idea, but if they were to join forces to attack Enlin, they would feel like they were being led around by the nose by the light. Enlin, I hereby announce that we're officially breaking up. I'm not going to play with you anymore. The light goddess announced. The heavenly heaven god. The heavenly sea god. And Lin was astonished. What? The light goddess turned toward the two paramount heavenly gods with an aggrieved expression. Why do you think I'm here? Why did I appear here tonight? Is this really a coincidence? And Lin entered another world to ruin your plans. But I just so happened to appear here to ruin your plans. Is this all a coincidence? The heavenly heaven god narrowed its eyes. Could it be? That's right. I admit that I had a temporary partnership with Enlin, so he was my temporary ally. He was also the one who came up with this plan. Regardless of whether it was to destroy this world or force you to reveal your true Tao forms, it was all part of his plan. He is the true mastermind behind all of this. The holy light goddess glared at Enlin with resentment in her eyes. I wanted to take advantage of my battle with you to create an opportunity for everyone to escape from this battlefield. But you pushed all the blame onto me and forced me into a dead end. Didn't we agree to bear the consequences together? If you're heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless. The heavenly sea god glowered at Enlin. You traitor! You traitor! Enlin. Chapter 2180. Enlin was stunned by the heavenly light goddess's actions. She had forcefully become the heavenly light goddess's ally, and she had even become the main F** king planner of this operation. She was a paramount heavenly god, the greatest, brightest, and most righteous heavenly god, and Lin really wanted to ask her if she still wanted the lotus. A thoughtful expression appeared on the heavenly heaven god's face as he nodded. This is indeed quite a coincidence. If neither Lin nor the light faction were to come, then this plan would be fraught with peril. However, if both sides were to join forces, then this plan would be flawless. Therefore, what the heavenly light goddess said is most likely true. The heavenly heaven god made his own judgment. But isn't it the best choice for everyone to cooperate and escape? The life goddess was still a little perplexed. Unless the heavenly sea god stared at Lin with a profound look in his eyes, and Lin's heart warmed up upon hearing this. The heavenly light goddess was just spouting nonsense. Brother Sea, it's your turn to perform. Unless the heavenly light goddess wants to use this opportunity to get rid of Lin. Their cooperation was terminated the moment Lin appeared. The heavenly light goddess wants to maximize her own benefits. The heavenly sea god speculated with a penetrating gaze. In that case, the heavenly light goddess's words are more believable, the heavenly heaven god said. As expected, Lin is the one who deserves to die. The life goddess was also furious. Lin, you've hidden yourself so well. But this is also the heavenly darkness goddess's style. She's cunning and powerful, and Lin was completely dumbfounded. These paramount heavenly gods have all gone crazy. What the F***CK? They're just looking for an excuse to kill me, right? Don't be led astray by the heavenly light goddess. And Lin hurriedly explained, she wants to kill you all. This is the truth, and it's also her intention. I have nothing to do with her. The mastermind would never admit to being the mastermind. Heavenly darkness goddess die. The heavenly heaven god let loose an enraged roar as a blue light descended upon the white nectar sea, creating a boundless spatial power. It was as if the power of the entire heavens were crushing down upon Lin's body, causing the darkness around him to tremble violently. The divine light goddess shot a cold glance at the heavenly sea god. Now, can you pull out the golden trident from my body? The heavenly sea god was a little embarrassed upon hearing this, and he tried to pull his golden trident back, but halfway through he stopped. There weren't many opportunities to stab the heavenly light goddess with the oceanic golden trident. The heavenly light goddess was currently very weak, so they could use the power of the ocean within the trident to force out the Tao, true form of the divine light goddess. Then they could force the divine light goddess to join forces with them to deal with Lin. Wouldn't that be a surefire way to kill two birds with one stone? The heavenly sea god was tempted. He thought the idea was perfect. The heavenly light goddess discovered that the golden trident had stopped moving, and she instantly understood what her opponent was thinking. Great light heavenly god technique, light of feathers. The heavenly light goddess once again unleashed her paramount heavenly god technique, which expended her blood essence. Her body instantly transformed into countless feathers as she forcibly broke free from the heavenly sea god's golden trident and flew into the distance. See, what were you trying to do just then? The heavenly light goddess transformed into an exquisitely beautiful black-haired woman, and her eyes were almost spitting flames. Nothing much. Let's hurry up and deal with Lin. As long as you don't run, the heavenly sea god and I will not target you. If you dare to run, the heavenly sea god and I will still be alive, and we will target you first. The heavenly sea god pretended not to understand and urged. The heavenly light goddess had never seen such a shameless person. The heavenly sea god sighed in his heart. It was a pity that the heavenly light goddess was too vigilant. She actually used a powerful technique to evade the attack range of his trident. It was going to be troublesome to capture her now. It was better to deal with Lin first. Heavenly god technique, boundless realm suppression. The heavenly heaven god's gargantuan body, hovering in the air, suddenly folded its arms before crashing down viciously toward Lin. This was the first time it had used its hands to attack ever since it had revealed its true form. A series of blue crystalline objects descended upon Lin like an inverted dome, covering an area with no end in sight. And Lin had only just defended against the heavenly heaven god's first spell technique when the second spell technique came crashing down upon him. This was an all-encompassing spell technique, so there was no way to evade it, and Lin could only unleash a barrier of darkness to defend himself. Boundless pressure crashed down upon him, and Lin could sense the true divine might of the boundless realm suppression. These weren't crystals at all. They were clearly worlds that contained the essence of the heavenly Tao. That's right, the boundless realm suppression was a technique that tossed countless worlds toward it. Boom! The boundless realm suppression descended. All of the seawater in the White Nectar Sea was blasted hundreds of thousands of meters into the air, and the seawater continued to surge outward, creating an unimaginably gargantuan tsunami crashing into the distance. And Lin's darkness began to twist and warp, and his body creaked and groaned under the terrifying pressure, as if it could fall apart at any moment. If a god of creation like heavenly monarch Bei Luo were here, they would most likely have been reduced to mincemeat by this attack. That's right, this was an attack that even gods of creation were fearful of. However, and Lin still managed to hold on. Right at this moment, the heavenly sea god was already charging toward him with his golden trident in hand. And Lin, have a taste of my fork! And Lin flared up with rage upon seeing the heavenly sea god. F*CKU. He kicked the blue deity in front of him. The heavenly sea god stabbed his trident toward Lin's foot, upon which energy exploded violently. Never would Lin have thought that the heavenly sea god's trident would be able to tear through his darkness barrier and puncture a bloody hole into the sole of his foot. The boundless power of the ocean surged through the wound and into every part of his body, and Lin let loose a muffled groan as he hurtled back in retreat. During his retreat, he also had to withstand the boundless realm suppression in the sky, which was rapidly depleting his energy. It was still far too difficult to deal with two heavenly gods at the same time. Even for a top-rate powerful being like Lin, this was a perilous situation. Heavenly god technique, illusionary flash. And Lin transformed into an illusionary shadow and fled into the distance, as if he had disappeared. Right at this moment, a streak of light quickly flashed toward him. You want to use an escape technique in front of me? I'll make sure you have nowhere to hide. The light goddess smiled at the illusionary shadow beside her, and a light that was even more dazzling than the sun erupted from her body. Everything could be seen clearly under her light, and Lin's illusionary shadow was invisible to begin with, but it was also transformed into a black entity by her light. And Lin's escape route was clearly visible to the heavenly heaven god. The heavenly heaven god didn't have any fancy tricks up its sleeves, and it unleashed another burst of boundless realm suppression toward Lin, smashing Lin directly into the seabed. And Lin was surrounded by 4 paramount heavenly gods, and even if he wanted to escape, it would be an extravagant hope. Chapter 2181. And Lin was once again crushed by the heavenly heaven god. The heavenly sea god stabbed his golden trident toward Lin at an extremely fast speed, and Lin could only barely evade, but a gash was still inflicted on his waist. Foot of the heavenly Tao. And Lin unleashed a kick toward the heavenly sea god as he evaded. A golden heaven-crushing kick erupted forth with complete darkness, enshrouding the heavenly sea god's entire body. The massive golden energy threatened to crush heaven and earth, and the seawater around the heavenly sea god's body was blasted apart. Meanwhile, the power of extreme darkness pierced straight into the heavenly sea god's core and punctured a massive hole into his massive body. Boom! A blood-curdling wail erupted, and the heavenly sea god hurtled back in retreat. This was the first time he had been wounded in his true Tao state. That was a state where he felt like he was invincible and omnipotent. Brother Enlin was already this powerful. At this moment, Enlin was trying to continue fleeing despite the heavenly heaven god's suppression. Life, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? The heavenly sea god yelled. I'm coming. The heavenly life goddess charged toward Enlin. She was still in shock that her two paramount allies had been forced to reveal their true Tao forms, and she had yet to come to her senses after being sent flying by Enlin's kick. After all, this was an extremely grievous piece of news. How had the heavenly light goddess managed to bully these two to such an extent? Of course, she knew that this was not the time to be blaming anyone, and she immediately pounced toward Enlin without any hesitation. The deathly saber in her hand swelled to over 1,000 kilometers in size, slicing through the ocean before crashing down upon Enlin's body with the power to annihilate all things. Enlin didn't even raise his head before unleashing a kick of the heavenly Tao toward her. Boom! Ah! The heavenly life goddess let loose a blood-curdling wail as she was kicked flying again, and she threw up a mouthful of blood this time. The heavenly life goddess didn't unleash her true Tao state, so she was no match for Enlin and could only be bullied. Thankfully, heaven and earth weren't counting on the heavenly life goddess. All they wanted was for her to buy some time for Enlin. Myriad Aurora. The heavenly light goddess took aim at Enlin's back, and golden light transformed into countless peerless divine swords that tore through all obstacles before them before landing on Enlin's body. Countless light swords poured down like torrential rain, piercing through all nothingness and breaking through all darkness. This power was very pure and terrifying, and it could even purify Enlin's divine Tao of darkness into light. Enlin's dark feather robe emitted a burning sensation. He was extremely anxious and uneasy. He really hated this power. However, the heavenly light goddess attack wasn't powerful enough, or rather, her light wasn't powerful enough to suppress Enlin's darkness. Countless beams of light fell upon Enlin's body, but they were all absorbed by Enlin's feather cloak of darkness. Then, Enlin retaliated with a ball of darkness. In that instant, the heavenly light goddess felt a sense of terror descend upon her. She immediately retreated without any hesitation. However, she hadn't even retreated 50 kilometers before the black ball exploded, instantly engulfing everything within a radius of a few hundred kilometers. Everything, including the ocean, space, energy, and light, had been engulfed. All that was left was nothingness and darkness. Rip! A streak of light tore through the darkness, revealing an extremely disheveled figure. The heavenly light goddess' snowy white skin was stained with countless black spots. These black spots were like maggots that were extremely difficult to get rid of. Furthermore, they were frantically trying to engulf everything about her. I really do hate this power. The heavenly light goddess gritted her teeth with rage. There was actually something else that she didn't say. For some reason, aside from hating this power, she was also a little excited. It was as if she was going to do something and prove something. And Lin had only just unleashed his attack when he felt the space around him suddenly warp. Immediately afterward, an invisible blade tore through his darkness, and his arm was also cleanly severed. He didn't have any time to be astonished, as he quickly evaded the attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of inky black gashes suddenly appeared on the ground, extending to who knew how deep into the ground. And Lin quickly evaded the gashes, leaving a black gash in his wake with each flash. He was evading the invisible attacks. These attacks were extremely terrifying as they were imbued with the spatial powers of different worlds. Each and every attack was like a condensed version of the heavenly Tao body of a different world. His darkness could resist damage, but it couldn't block the power of an entire world in an instant. Not only was it able to restrict his escape, but it was also able to unleash such a terrifying attack in the process. This heavenly heaven god. As expected, he was no ordinary person. A ferocious light flashed through in Lin's eyes as he looked up at the gargantuan figure in the sky. Even such a powerful being had a fatal flaw. Little Xia! As he dodged, he shouted loudly. A black light flashed behind him, and a completely black blade appeared in his hand. Then, without even looking, he swung it at the sky from afar. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, great annihilation. An invisible ripple began to expand rapidly. Bam! A resounding boom erupted. A massive hole was blasted into the heavenly heaven god's head. The heavenly heaven god also let loose a pained wail. Ah! Hateful, hateful humans! That's right, the heavenly heaven god's biggest flaw was that his body was too massive. He didn't even need to aim properly to attack his opponent. He could simply close his eyes and blow up his opponent's head. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had the power to attack his opponent, and Lin clearly had that ability. However, he didn't continue to battle. Instead, he took advantage of the instant that the heavenly heaven god was wounded to activate his shadow evasion technique again. And Lin only had the occasional opportunity to retaliate, and he wasn't going to be so arrogant as to think that he could take on 4 paramount heavenly gods at once. He only had 1 life left, so he couldn't afford to be reckless. Stop him! Don't let him get away! The heavenly sea god yelled. The heavenly sea god was the most astonished of all, and Lin had once again demonstrated to him just how powerful he was. To put it bluntly, if he didn't have his true form of Tao, and Lin would definitely be the most powerful among the 6 paramount heavenly gods. Even if they activated their true forms of Tao, they would only be able to match up to Lin at most. Didn't they see what was happening now? 2 paramount heavenly gods and 2 other paramount heavenly gods who had activated their true forms of Tao had tried to kill Lin, yet they were still being wounded by Lin. Was this something that any other mighty figure could achieve? In any case, the heavenly sea god had never seen one before. The heavenly sea god was filled with killing intent toward Lin. It's a little difficult to be a brother. I can't keep him around. At this moment, the heavenly light goddess and the heavenly life goddess had already positioned themselves in front of Lin. Boundless light prison. Golden high-energy light intertwined to form a light prison that enshrouded Lin within. Life clock. The heavenly life goddess tossed an antiquated clock toward Lin. The heavenly sea god rushed behind Lin with his pitchfork in his hand. Heavenly darkness god, you have nowhere to run. Chapter 2182. And Lin unleashed his darkness to engulf everything in front of him, only to be sliced into several pieces by the boundless light prison. The light prison's high-energy light prison was limitless, and the darkness could only engulf part of the light prison instead of the entirety of the light prison. At this moment, the clock that the heavenly life goddess had tossed toward Lin had already begun to turn. However, it was spinning backward. Immediately afterward, the power of time began to spread throughout Lin's entire body, and the hands on the clock began to spin faster and faster. And Lin could sense that the power within his body was weakening at an alarming rate. His darkness had also transformed from the purest form of darkness to a more ordinary darkness, and Lin's expression shifted. This fate bell had the ability to reverse the state of his body? It could reverse the flow of time in his life? That's right, and Lin felt like he had become younger. At the same time, his power was also rapidly decreasing. After all, he was becoming more and more powerful, and he would be super weak if he reverted to his original state. A few seconds later, and Lin felt like he didn't even know how to use his divine Tao of darkness anymore. At this moment, the heavenly sea god had already appeared behind Lin, and he stabbed his golden ocean trident toward Lin's back with all his might. And Lin wanted to evade, but his power was declining too quickly, and he was completely unable to evade such a swift and accurate attack. Excruciating pain instantly swept through his entire body. Ow, ow, ow! The power of the ocean surged toward him. He felt as if he had been plunged into a deep ocean vortex, and he could be engulfed by the boundless ocean at any moment. This feeling, it was so comfortable. That's right, and Lin liked the heavenly sea god's power. The power of the ocean had something in common with darkness, and the heavenly sea god had said that they were good friends in the past. So Enlin believed him a little. However, this power allowed Enlin to regain his sense of darkness. He regained the enlightenment of darkness that he had lost after his life was reversed by the fate bell. Heavenly God technique. Eternal darkness. And Lin's eyes widened, and his pupils became as black as the deepest abyss. The chaotic vortex behind him reappeared, and the purest darkness erupted from his body at the same time. In the face of the darkness, the heavenly sea god insisted on leaving his golden trident within Enlin's body before unleashing his paramount power of the ocean to protect himself. The explosion of darkness was like an expanding black ball, flattening and twisting the heavenly sea god's protective spell technique. At the same time, the heavenly life god's bell of life had been completely devoured by the darkness. The heavenly life goddess hurtled back in retreat. She didn't dare to take Enlin's attack head-on. Enlin turned to look at the heavenly sea god with a grin. "Brother Sea, do you really have to be so eager to kill me?" The heavenly sea god's expression shifted slightly, and he unleashed his oceanic golden trident mercilessly. "I don't know what you're talking about." Enlin's chest was instantly blasted open with a large bloody hole. The golden fluid continued to pierce into the rest of Enlin's flesh in the form of a spear through the bloody hole, like a hedgehog with golden fluid expanding outwards. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Enlin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He really was in a lot of pain. However, he didn't try to evade as his eternal darkness still hadn't ended. The darkness pressed against the ocean barrier in a frenzy, becoming more and more powerful and terrifying. The ocean also tried to retaliate, but the darkness was eternal, and no matter how much it tried to wear down the barrier, it would remain in place. The heavenly sea god couldn't hold on any longer. Enlin, don't get too carried away. The heavenly sea god finally retreated, but Enlin's darkness transformed into a spear that pierced toward the heavenly sea god's chest at an even faster speed. What? The heavenly sea god's heart jolted. At this moment, the darkness had already torn through the ocean barrier and exploded upon piercing into the ocean barrier. Boom! An explosion of darkness blasted another massive hole into the heavenly sea god's body. Thank you for your reminder. I didn't get too carried away, so don't get too carried away either. And Lin chuckled coldly before flying into the distance. At this moment, the heavens crashed down again. Boom! Countless blue crystals imbued with the power of one realm crashed down upon Enlin, trapping Enlin in the seabed. You want to run? Aren't you being a little too naive? The heavenly heaven god glowered at Enlin in the sky. Enlin struggled to break free, but the heavenly heaven god's charged attack was not going to be that easy to break free from. At this moment, the heavenly sea god, the heavenly life god, and the heavenly light god had already pounced toward him again, while unleashing all types of terrifying heavenly god spell techniques. The battle in the White Nectar Sea had developed into a different kind of battle. The heaven-crushing united army was initially gloating over the internal conflict between the supreme heavenly gods, but they were now panicking and uneasy as they saw the supreme heavenly gods suddenly stop fighting. Instead, they were attacking a being that could unleash darkness in a frenzy. They were too far away, so they couldn't see Enlin's figure clearly. However, they could see that the darkness was capable of engulfing heaven and earth. They could also see the sky, the ocean, light, and life. For extremely terrifying powers were tearing the darkness apart. They didn't even need to think about it to know what that darkness represented. This was the #1 war god in the war against the heavenly human tribe, the paramount heavenly god of darkness, Enlin. The situation was beginning to worsen. The heaven-crushing united army was extremely concerned. Everyone knew that Enlin was in dire straits. The combined attacks of the 4 paramount heavenly gods was definitely an unimaginable calamity, and it was also the most powerful force that the heavenly human tribe could muster. However, and Lin was only one person. How was he going to defend himself? Many powerful beings had even volunteered to fight to the death, just so that Lin could have a chance of survival during his escape. However, all of these requests were immediately rejected by Lan Xiaoni. Alliance leader Lan, please let us go. War God Lin is in the most dire straits in history, and we're willing to fight to the death with War God Lin. A return to Void stage, mighty figure, said with tears in his eyes. Lin is risking his life for the sake of the Tai Chu continent. Why can he risk his life for the sake of the continent, but we can't? A Dao integration stage, super mighty figure chimed in. All of the powerful beings chimed in unison. You're not risking your life. You're going to die. Lan Xiaoni looked at the explosions in the distance with a firm expression. Our mission is to protect Yutong City. All of the powerful beings were still protesting. All of them revered Lin and loved the entire continent, so they were all volunteering to fight to the death at this critical juncture. However, Lan Xiaoni was like a mountain that stood in the way of all of the powerful beings who wanted to help Lin. Anyone who tried to get out would have to be forced back in. Lan Xiaoni wanted to charge into battle more than anyone else, but she knew that she couldn't. Su Xiaolan had already entrusted her with the responsibility of defending Yutong City, so she had to see this through to the end. This was not only to protect the heaven-crushing United Army, but it was also so that Lin wouldn't be distracted by the battle. She wasn't powerful enough to help Lin in a battle of that caliber. Big sister Xiaolan, you have to make it. Big boss Lin, you have to make it back alive. Underling Lan will be waiting for you right here, always waiting for you. The mermaid princess stood at the top of the city wall. Her blue eyes reflected the light of the explosion in the distance as she softly prayed. Chapter 2183. Lin was currently in the most dire situation he had ever been in. He was also facing the most powerful enemy he had ever faced. He had tried all types of methods to escape from the 4 paramount heavenly gods, but all of them had failed. Furthermore, the energy within his body was also rapidly depleting. If things continued like this, even if he didn't die from severe injuries, he would still die from exhaustion. Damn it, how had things come to this? Lin was extremely exasperated and indignant. Plans always failed to keep up with developments. He had initially thought that he would be able to easily escape from the 2 paramount heavenly gods. Who would have thought that he would have to face 2 paramount heavenly gods who had attained the true form of Tao, and they had even added a light and a life to them? What evil intentions! The heavenly sea god slashed Lin's neck with his golden trident again. This brother of his was always the one who had injured him the most, and Lin was very pained by this, and he wanted to reveal the fact that he was working with the heavenly sea god. However, the paramount beings wouldn't believe him even if he told them about this. In fact, they would think that he was trying to slander them. After all, the heavenly sea god was trying so hard to kill him, so he didn't look like his brother at all. It would be more accurate to say that he was an enemy. This was what made Lin so sad. He was very isolated and helpless. Right at this moment, a vermilion bird let loose a loud cry in the distance. Crimson, holy flames lit up heaven and earth, incinerating the heavens. There was a powerful aura rushing toward Lin at an extremely fast speed, as if it were a moth flying toward its prey with no regard for its own safety. And Lin's heart jolted at the sight of that figure. Xiaolan, in his most isolated and helpless moment, a woman stood up without any regard for her own safety. No, no. And Lin immediately shook his head with a concerned and imploring expression on his face. Go back, listen to me, go back. It was still too early for Su Xiaolan to get involved in this battle. Who dares to use flames to challenge my authority? A mighty voice sounded from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet saint fire that covered the sky was completely dispersed, and the huge Wuji body reappeared. The heavenly heaven god finally caught a glimpse of the woman in a jade dress. Divine Phoenix Maiden, very good, you've come at the right time. I'll take care of you as well." The heavenly heaven god was not enraged. Instead, he chuckled, taking advantage of the fact that he was in his true Tao form. He had to get rid of as many powerful enemies as he could. It would be best if they all ran over to him one by one, like the Calabash brothers, saving their grandpa. Su Xiaolan held the dragon sparrow sword in her hand, and her gaze lingered on the man who was being sealed at the bottom of the white jade sea. Her voice reverberated through the heavens, like a holy voice. "Anyone who dares to offend me, and Lin must die." An earth-shattering light burst forth from the dragon sparrow sword. The transcendent and ethereal aura of a saint was released without reservation. Su Xiaolan swung her dragon sparrow sword through the air, and she transformed into a massive vermilion bird materialized from the holy vermilion flame. She let loose a loud cry before pouncing toward the massive humanoid figure in the sky. This scene looked like a peerless firebird pouncing on a pure white humanoid god. It was an extremely spectacular and mystical scene. The heavenly heaven god focused its gaze, and layers of space began to crush down upon the vermilion bird. The sharp barrier blades tore through its flaming wings, causing it to wail with anguish. Countless crimson flames rained down from the sky like a crimson meteor shower. The vermilion bird was in a lot of pain, but it still pounced toward the heavenly heaven god in a frenzy. The heavenly heaven god had no choice but to relinquish its control over Enlin and focus more of its power on the vermilion bird. Heaven-shattering strike. The heavenly heaven god extended a hand toward the vermilion bird, and a massive net of spatial rifts appeared over its pristine white palm, making it appear as if the entire heavens were being sliced apart. The vermilion bird had nowhere to evade, and its body was instantly shattered into cubes of flames. The heavenly heaven god thought that it had successfully sealed the divine Phoenix Maiden. However, to its surprise, a woman in a jade dress flew out from within the shattered holy vermilion flame like an azure dragon, and her sword flashed through the air before striking the heavenly heaven god's face with devastating force. A true dragon roared, and a lightning dragon tore through the heavenly god's face. The humanoid face in the sky was sliced in half. The heavenly heaven god roared with rage and pain. "Die!" The heavenly heaven god roared. Boom! The space in front of Su Xiaolan suddenly exploded, shattering the space within a radius of several thousand kilometers. The azure-robed figure finally plummeted to the ground. And Lin took advantage of the moment when the heavenly heaven god was distracted by Su Xiaolan to escape from the heavenly sea god's pursuit, upon which he rushed over and cradled Su Xiaolan in his arms. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. However, Enlin was enraged by the woman's disordered aura and the gashes on her body. "You shouldn't have come," Enlin flew toward Yutong City with the injured Su Xiaolan in his arms. Su Xiaolan opened her eyes and stared at the man before her with a faint smile on her face. "You only have a chance to live because I'm here." And Lin had indeed taken advantage of this opportunity to escape. He had covered several thousand kilometers in the blink of an eye, and he was rapidly approaching the edge of the White Nectar Sea. As long as he left the White Nectar Sea and the core of the Tai Chu continent's ocean, the heavenly sea god's combat prowess would most likely be significantly diminished. "You're not getting away." The heavenly sea god roared at Enlin as he swung his golden trident through the air, upon which an ocean imbued with extreme power of the ocean appeared before Enlin and Su Xiaolan, thereby keeping them at bay. It was as if a boundless wall of ocean had suddenly appeared before them, connecting heaven and earth, and the boundless power of the ocean within it was capable of engulfing all living beings. Su Xiaolan held onto Enlin's hand tightly. "Follow me." Within Enlin's sea of vital energy, the little vermilion bird suddenly began to throb, and its power was completely unleashed to resonate with Su Xiaolan's power. Holy flames that were extremely scorching and pure exploded. The clear cry of the vermilion bird erupted. The two of them transformed into vermilion birds that flapped their wings and soared high into the sky, drawing a stunning arc in the night sky. Under the pure, and holy flames, there were also wisps of black dancing silk wrapped around the vermilion bird's wings. Wherever they passed, not only would they incinerate everything, but they would also be able to devour everything. In that instant, the holy beast vermilion bird had fused perfectly with the divine Tao of darkness, creating an effect that was greater than two. Boom! The vermilion bird plunged headfirst into the wall of ocean. The boundless power of the paramount heavenly gods within the ocean was eroding the vermilion bird's power in a frenzy. Everything before them was a vast expanse of darkness, and it felt as if they were falling into an abyss. However, Enlin was not afraid of this. Su Xiaolan held onto Enlin's hand, and she was not afraid at all. This was the most powerful holy beast vermilion bird in history, and it was advancing relentlessly. The heavenly sea god's expression shifted drastically as he sensed the situation within the ocean. This penetrative power was even more terrifying than the heavenly light god's light of two realms. Within a few seconds, the entire ocean had been transformed into a twisted, fiery color. The seawater had completely evaporated, and an extremely proud vermilion bird broke through. Chapter 2184. The vermilion bird broke through the heavenly sea god's ocean barrier and flew into the air. All of the heaven-crushing united army erupted into raucous cheers upon seeing this. The holy vermilion flame was extremely dazzling at this moment. To them, this was a light countless times more beautiful than the sun. All of the Tao integration stage vermilion birds from the vermilion bird realm were completely entranced by this sight. They had even forgotten to chant, "Long live great Empress, vermilion bird," as they stared blankly with scorching passion in their eyes. The vermilion bird in the distance was the most beautiful and powerful vermilion bird they had ever seen. The powerful and unique holy birth aura fused with the aura of the heavenly Tao of darkness and fused perfectly with all things in this world, thereby making it even more transcendent and holy. Not only that, but even the black ribbons around the vermilion bird's wings were like a beautiful woman in a black evening gown, giving it a regal and cold appearance. The heavenly sea god unleashed the power within his body in a frenzy, materializing one ocean barrier after another before the vermilion bird. However, the vermilion bird was unstoppable, and it was able to burn a massive hole into its body with every attack. The heavenly sea god was completely unable to stop Enlin and Su Xiaolan. Enlin and Su Xiaolan were holding hands even as they fled, as if they were eloping. The heavenly light goddess and the heavenly life goddess also tried to stop them, but they were all knocked flying by the vermilion bird or swatted away by its wings. Su Xiaolan glared coldly at the two beautiful women in front of her. "You two seductive cheese want to steal my Enlin? You're overestimating yourselves." Soon, they arrived at the edge of the white nectar sea. Hope was right in front of them. "Heavenly sea god, how long are you going to wait?" The heavenly sea god roared. "We're ready." The heavenly heaven god's voice sounded. The gargantuan, white, humanoid figure in the sky suddenly began to move. Its massive legs began to move, and its body, which was parallel to the ground, began to stand upright. Its feet swept through the air above Yutong City, sweeping up destructive gale-force winds and twisting spatial ripples in its wake. It was hard to imagine what kind of leg it was, nor could it describe what kind of speed it possessed. The leg bent and kicked fiercely towards the fleeing vermilion bird. The vermilion bird, whose wings could cover thousands of miles, was already an unimaginably colossal creature. However, compared to that foot, which was tens of thousands of miles long, the vermilion bird was simply in existence, smaller than a chick. "There's no way to dodge this move. We can only take it head-on." And Lin said, "Yes, we will definitely make it." Su Xiaolan nodded. The two of them merged their powers together and charged forward even more fearlessly. The sea was roaring crazily, the light was flickering, life was announcing its death. The sky was covering the sun, and the sky was crushing down, the entire world was targeting them, wanting them dead. The two of them were like birds that wanted to escape from being hunted down by the heavens. They wanted to fly higher, fly further, fearlessly charge forward. God vanquishing heavenly ocean. The heavenly sea god stabbed his golden trident into the sky. The crimson ocean fell from the sky, and countless dead gods also appeared from within it. All of them wailed with anguish as tears of blood flowed from their eyes. All of them unleashed countless divine techniques to control the vermilion bird down below. Then the ocean crashed down mercilessly upon the vermilion bird's back. Boundless pressure weighed down upon Enlin and Su Xiaolan at the same time. But they still continued to fly forward with no regard for the consequences. The bright light high-energy cannon was like a heavenly sword piercing through the sky, lighting up the world and emitting an extremely dazzling light. Any living being that looked directly at the cannon would only see a vast expanse of gold in front of their eyes, and they wouldn't be able to see the body of the cannon at all. Enlin and Su Xiaolan could sense the impending danger, and they forced themselves to evade. However, the cannon still managed to puncture one of the vermilion bird's wings, thereby significantly reducing their flight speed. At this moment, the ocean parted, and countless green vines with extremely fearsome life force that were immune to fire rose into the sky. They bound the vermilion bird's wings, neck and feet tightly. The vermilion bird faltered again. At this moment, the heavenly heaven god's foot was already upon them. Any living being would fall into despair in the face of so many terrifying spell techniques from the four paramount heavenly gods. However, Enlin and Su Xiaolan's expressions were still filled with determination and fighting spirit. As long as we can break through this attack, we'll be able to escape. Let's attack together and unleash all of our power. Enlin and Su Xiaolan both unleashed their maximum power in that instant, unleashing all of the power within their bodies at once. In that instant, the vermilion bird's holy might expanded to hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Over 100 million heavenly human tribe powerful beings had fled into the distance, and they were still cheering for the heavenly phoenix maiden and the heavenly dark god 1 second ago. However, in the next second, all of them plummeted to the ground from the sky, which was filled with unyielding battle intent. The vermilion bird's body quickly expanded to over 1,000 kilometers in size. The god-vanquishing heavenly ocean in the sky was being incinerated, and the vines down below were also being scorched red by the scorching flames. There was hope that it would be able to break free. However, there wasn't enough time. At this moment, the heavenly heaven god's charged attack had already crashed into the vermilion bird. In that instant, heaven and earth instantly fell dark. Boom! The red and blue energies exploded at this moment. Heaven and earth shook. The explosion of energy twisted and distorted even the laws of the Tai Chu continent, and it was like a boundless ball of energy that was expanding outward, engulfing space, incinerating the ocean, and shattering heaven and earth. This clash was far too terrifying. Even the Yu Tong divine city in the distance had to activate its heaven-punishing formation to protect itself. The heavenly human tribe, powerful beings that were closer to the battle, were in a much more dire situation. Some of the weaker ones were bleeding from all of their orifices, while the more powerful ones were feeling as if they could be killed at any moment. If it weren't for the fact that there were heavenly gods protecting them, at least half of these heavenly humans would have perished. They discovered that it wouldn't be safe no matter how far they ran, but they still had no choice but to flee in a panic. Now, they were about to reach the heaven-crushing alliance's headquarters. This collision could be said to be able to destroy an alternate world in an instant. Thankfully, the Tai Chu continent was sturdy enough, so it wasn't able to damage the foundation of this world. However, the White Nectar Sea was almost completely obliterated by that devastating explosion. The White Nectar Sea was still there, but all of the living beings in it had already died. The energy began to dissipate slowly. All the experts were on high alert. He nervously looked at the center of the collision. They all wanted to know, who won in the end? Would Enlin and Su Xiaolan be able to escape from the four paramount heavenly gods? Chapter 2185. The heavenly heaven god let loose a muffled groan before slowly withdrawing its foot. Half of its foot had been blasted to smithereens, and there were still indestructible flames burning on its foot. It had clearly been severely wounded. Enlin and Su Xiaolan's gargantuan vermilion bird had already been kicked into oblivion. Both of them had been wounded to varying degrees. Su Xiaolan was the most severely wounded, and her jade dress was riddled with wounds from the spatial power of the heavenly heaven god realm. She had expended a vast amount of blood essence to materialize the vermilion bird, and she was lying in Enlin's arms in exhaustion. Enlin held Su Xiaolan in one arm while unleashing a relentless stream of the paramount power of darkness with his other hand to keep the god vanquishing heavenly ocean at bay. The goddess of life's indestructible vines had been destroyed, but the heavenly sea god's ocean was still there, and Lin gritted his teeth as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. It was quite clear that he had reached his limit. What should they do now? One was severely wounded, while the other was completely exhausted. How were they supposed to escape from the paramount heavenly gods? Even if Su Xiaolan were to join the battle, it would still be difficult for them to escape from the pincer attack of the paramount heavenly gods. The paramount heavenly gods were powerful not only because of their immense power, but also because of their boundless energy, as well as their undying and regenerative abilities. The heavenly heaven god's shattered foot was already healing at a rate discernible to the naked eye. The heavenly light goddess and the heavenly life goddess were already preparing to attack. The heavenly sea god's god vanquishing heavenly ocean continued to suppress Enlin, and Lin was resisting with all his might. But how long could he hold on for? If they couldn't find a crucial flaw or a unique way out, the two of them would definitely be buried here. What should they do? Did they really have to sacrifice their lives? And Lin looked at the woman in his arms, and she looked back at him. No, no. Su Xiaolan seemed to have realized something, and she gripped tightly onto Enlin's wrist as she shook her head with difficulty. There has to be another way. That's right, there must be another way. And Lin smiled. He couldn't bear to leave Xiaolan forever. Everything had a chance. And Lin used the heaven's divination technique again. This time, he discovered something that gave him a pleasant surprise. There was another god of creation near their battle, and Lin's eyes were as dark as ink as he stared in a certain direction. Finally, he discovered a figure in the shadows. It was a graceful woman dressed in a black robe. The woman seemed to sense Lin's gaze. She raised her head, revealing her delicate and gentle face. However, there was an incomparably complicated expression in her eyes as she looked at Enlin. Enlin immediately knew who it was and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Nuwa, you came at the right time. Are you here to save us? When Nuwa, who was far away, heard this, her expression became even more complicated. She shook her head and said, I'm here to save Su Xiaolan. As for you, I'm sorry, but I can't save you. And Lin was stunned at first. Then he thought of something, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. You know everything? Nuwa nodded. Yes, I know everything. And Lin was the heavenly darkness god. The heavenly darkness god had to sacrifice his life to mend the heavens. Now he only had 1/5 of his Tao power left before he could complete the most crucial step of mending the heavens. Nuwa knew all of this, and Lin understood Nuwa's actions very well. Nuwa was the kind of being who was willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of others. This was evident from the fact that she was a supreme god of the demon race. She could have disregarded everything else, but she still fought bravely against the heavens. She could sacrifice her own demon race citizens, so she could naturally sacrifice Enlin as well. To be honest, Nuwa was already being merciful enough by not cooperating with the supreme heavenly god and chasing after him with her saber. It wasn't that Nuwa hadn't thought about this before. In reality, Nuwa had come here to ponder how to kill Enlin. Then, she saw an extremely shocking scene unfold. It was no exaggeration to say that the intensity and power of this battle ranked in the top 3 of all the battles that she had experienced. She saw how powerful the paramount heavenly gods were, as well as in Lin's desperate struggle. She should have been very happy to see that Lin was in a perilous situation and was about to sacrifice his life. She didn't need to do anything, and her plan to mend the heavens would proceed smoothly. However, she couldn't bring herself to be happy, and Lin was clearly already so powerful, so why was Lin still putting himself in such a perilous situation? Why was he in such a perilous situation? Wasn't it for the sake of the entire continent? Wasn't it for the sake of all the living beings in this world? How could Nuwa be happy to see such a mighty hero die for the sake of all the living beings in this world? She was feeling very conflicted at this moment. She had already made up her mind, but her resolve began to waver upon seeing this. How many tens of thousands of years had it been since she had felt this way? "Xiaolan, I'll get you out of here!" And Lin held Su Xiaolan tightly in his arms with a determined expression. "Yes, I believe in you." Su Xiaolan was already severely wounded and completely exhausted, but the light in her eyes had not been extinguished. And Lin took a deep breath, and countless divine patterns of darkness appeared on his body. Boundless darkness erupted from his feet, which rapidly proliferated into the surroundings like inky black rings. The darkness encompassed an extremely large area, and it even encompassed the area of the god vanquishing heavenly ocean. Even the god vanquishing heavenly ocean above Lin's head faltered slightly. Regardless of whether it was the terrifying power of the ocean or the anguished wails and attacks of the deceased gods, all of it ceased in that instant, only to be replaced by eternal silence and darkness. Just the Tao realm alone was enough to affect the heavenly sea god's attacks, and Lin unleashed a high-rank war, god, mystic technique at this moment. Dark immortal transformation, and Lin sprang into action like a black shadow, and nothing could hinder his advance, including the ocean above his head. After completing his divine Tao of darkness, the dark immortal transformation had already provided him with very little enhancements. However, any enhancements in his power now were crucial, and Lin was going to squeeze out all of the power within his body to unleash an instant invincibility. He was extremely fast, so fast that even the vines of the heavenly life goddess, the light of the heavenly light goddess, and even the surging ocean were unable to catch up to him, trap him. The heavenly heaven god unleashed an all-encompassing attack, and the space within a radius of 500 kilometers around Lin congealed over 10,000 times over. No living being, including gods of creation, could ignore this all-encompassing sealing technique. The heavenly heaven god's power encompassed the entire sky. However, just as the heavenly heaven god was brimming with confidence, the black shadow was able to ignore space in that instant, and in the instant that the heavenly heaven god sprang into action, both the black shadow and Su Xiaolan disappeared. Then, the black shadow reconstructed its life form in the darkness before continuing its escape. Chapter 2186. There's a movement technique like this? The heavenly heaven god was given a fright. The sea god, light god, and life god's expressions also shifted. This kind of movement technique was even more terrifying than spatial skipping. Spatial skipping required the use of space, and the heavenly heaven god was the ruler of space and realms. As such, he could completely crush Lin. However, the movement technique Lin was using was the disintegration and reconstruction of an object. It was as if he was using darkness to completely destroy an object so that the heavenly god's attacks would lose their target. Then he would use darkness to perfectly recreate that object. An escape technique of this level was completely different from a spatial jump. The difference in difficulty was like the difference between heaven and earth. Only darkness could accomplish such a feat. The heavenly sea god tossed another sea toward Lin upon seeing that Lin had broken free of a sea. However, and Lin's darkness, disintegration, and reconstruction technique allowed him to travel over 1,500 kilometers and evade the sea again. And Lin had completely escaped from the White Nectar Sea. However, the four paramount heavenly gods were still unwilling to give up. Chase him. He won't be able to last much longer with this kind of escape technique. Let's run. He can run for a minute, but he won't be able to run for 2. Let's see how many more spells he can dodge. The four paramount heavenly gods pursued him relentlessly. A sense of unease welled up in Su Xiaolan's heart at the sight of Enlin's current state. Enlin was trying too hard, to the point where it was a little abnormal. Just as the four paramount heavenly gods had said, this kind of escape technique was clearly a hopeless one. He could only escape for a while. Once he ran out of energy, he would fall into an even more desperate situation. And Lin, what are you trying to do? Su Xiaolan looked at the man before her, and Lin looked down at the concerned woman in his arms with a comforting smile. It's all right. We'll definitely be able to survive. Boom! A black figure flew through the air, for heaven-shaking, earth-shattering auras locked onto that tiny black figure, locked onto that seemingly isolated and helpless black figure. All of the members of the heaven-crushing sect's united army were on tenterhooks. The members of the God of Destruction team could not wait to rush over and shield Enlin from behind. They wanted to buy one more second for Enlin. Close, very close. And Lin was burning with everything, his eyes shining brightly as he looked forward. At this time, a woman who was also in the shadows opened a wooden door. There was a faint golden light behind the door. The heavenly sea god unleashed another attack. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were once again engulfed by the darkness and disintegrated. Not again. Let's see how many times you can unleash such a powerful escape technique. The heavenly sea god chuckled coldly as he gripped his golden trident. Something's wrong. The heavenly heaven god's expression shifted drastically upon sensing the extremely minute fluctuations between the two worlds as soon as Nuwa unleashed her wooden gate. There are other gods of creation present, the heavenly heaven god exclaimed. The expressions of the other 3 paramount heavenly gods changed drastically upon hearing this. At this moment, the 4 Empyrean gods began to sense a black-robed woman. It's Nuwa. Nuwa, do you want to fight against the heavens? Stop right now. The wrath of the paramount heavenly gods was not to be underestimated. Weaker gods of creation would most likely be trembling in the face of such terrifying pressure. However, the black-robed woman with clear, gentle eyes was still standing there silently, awaiting Enlin's arrival. Darkness surged, and Enlin appeared before Nuwa. Su Xiaolan was extremely elated. She finally figured out Enlin's plan. Nuwa was already here, and they could escape to the world created by Nuwa to seek refuge. She then felt a burst of power within her body hurl her toward the gate of light. Furthermore, her power had been completely sealed, so she was completely unable to resist. Su Xiaolan turned to look at Enlin, only to discover Enlin's apologetic and reluctant expression. She seemed to have understood something, and she struggled frantically as she yelled, "No! No!" And Lin had a gentle expression on his face. "Wait for me to come back." Tears welled up in Su Xiaolan's eyes as her body was gradually engulfed by the gate of light. Nuwa looked at Enlin, and her lips moved slightly, but she didn't say the words that she had been hiding in her heart in the end. Instead, she turned around and left. "Enlin, take care." A voice that was as refreshing as spring water flowed forth. The gate of light also quickly shrank and disappeared at this moment. The 4 paramount heavenly gods were about to jump up and curse at Nuwa's sudden intervention, but they were instantly dumbstruck by the sight of Enlin tossing Su Xiaolan into the gate of light. What was going on? Why wasn't he running? He clearly wanted to run, but he wasn't doing so now. There could only be one reason. Nuwa didn't want him to run, so Nuwa was his F*** teammate. The four heavenly gods were ecstatic to see this play out like this. However, when they thought about how they had been forced to reveal their true Tao forms, they felt that it was quite dramatic as well. What right did they have to laugh at Enlil? Heavenly Sea and Heavenly Sea couldn't laugh anymore. They began to glare at Enlil with rage in their eyes. In reality, they could accept Su Xiaolan running away. However, if Nuwa dragged Enlil into the Gate of Light, they would have to use extreme force to drag Enlil out of Nuwa's world again. In their hearts, Enlil was already someone who had to die. What a touching scene. He wants his Tao partner to survive even before he dies. The heavenly life goddess flew toward Enlil with a wide smile on her face. I knew it. So this is what you were thinking. The heavenly light goddess's body glowed with a dazzling light as she slowly flew toward Enlil. Enlil, you've already done your last thing? Can I send you on your way now? The heavenly sea god wielded his golden trident as he strode over the ocean. You have nowhere to run. Accept your fate. The heavenly heaven god's gargantuan face had already obscured the entire sky above Enlil. Nothing could escape his eyes. Enlil chuckled as he looked at the boundless might unleashed by the four paramount heavenly gods. I, Enlil, have created so many miracles in my life, but I don't believe in accepting my fate the most. You don't have the right to decide my fate, even if you are the heavens. Boom! Darkness soared into the sky like ink. If you want to fight, then come at me together. I, Enlil, am not afraid of you. Enlil unleashed an earth-shattering sword projection that threatened to engulf heaven and earth. The white light of the sky, the golden power of light, the green power of life, and the deep blue water of the ocean all clashed with the darkness in a frenzy. Heaven and earth trembled, and the heavens wept tears of blood. An apocalyptic battle erupted once again. Countless powerful beings were spectating this battle. This was the most terrifying battle of all. All of them were extremely grief-stricken, and some of them even burst into tears. This battle signified that an indomitable war god was about to leave them forever. They all knew that this was most likely Enlil's final moment of glory. 15 minutes later, a figure riddled with wounds fell to the ground. Enlil's aura was extremely feeble, and his entire body was riddled with wounds. Both of his arms had been severed, and one of his legs had been crippled. His chest was riddled with wounds. He had finally exhausted all of his power. The four paramount heavenly gods looked down at him with cold, merciless eyes. Ding dong. Detected that the host is on the brink of death. Are you willing to sacrifice 1/5 of your life? The host will receive unimaginable power. Note: after this sacrifice, the host will die forever and return to the heavenly Tao. The system's voice sounded in his mind. There was simply too much information imbued within the sentence. At this moment, the attacks of the paramount heavenly gods descended upon Enlil again, obscuring the heavens as death enveloped his entire body. Enlil opened his mouth with great difficulty. All of a sudden, a crack appeared. A slender, fair hand grabbed onto Enlil's clothes. Giant Enlil. A clear and melodious voice that sounded like the sounds of nature rang in his ears. Chapter 2187. Was he going to die in the end? Had it finally come to this? So he really was going to die after using the last 1/5 of his life force. He really was going to be wiped from existence. The system wouldn't lie to him, but he was very unwilling to give up. He had told Su Xiaolan to wait for his return. If he didn't come back, Su Xiaolan would definitely continue to wait for him for countless years. As such, he couldn't break his promise. He couldn't die. He definitely couldn't die, and Lin's extremely strong will and conviction seemed to have broken through some kind of shackle at this moment. A twisted crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of him, and a fair and slender little hand grabbed his collar. Giant Enlil. This was the most beautiful and pleasant voice in this world. It sounded right beside Lin's ear. This was a familiar voice that he hadn't heard in a long time. "Little Na?" And Lin's eyes widened. Before he had a chance to get excited, the little hand suddenly exerted force and dragged him into the twisted rift. The four paramount heavenly gods all exploded with rage upon seeing this. "No. Why is there a God of creation? Hurry! Stop her, heavenly God! We can't let Lin get away!" Boom, boom, boom. The paramount heavenly gods' attacks had already crashed down upon them. The earth was cleansed by terrifying energy, but the rift had already disappeared. And Lin's aura had disappeared from the entire heaven and earth. Impossible! What's going on? The heavenly life goddess's expression was filled with confusion and astonishment. Who is that female god of creation? Why is that god of creation able to approach us without us noticing? The heavenly light goddess was also quite perplexed as she turned to look at the heavenly heaven god. One had to realize that the heavenly heaven god was currently in his true Tao form, yet she was able to conceal herself from him. Just how powerful did she have to be able to do this? The heavenly sea god continued to thrust his golden trident toward the spot wherein Lin had just disappeared. The space within a radius of over 50 kilometers had been pulverized by the golden trident, but the heavenly sea god's rage was still not quelled. "Attack! Don't let Lin escape. We were so close, so close. Sky, why didn't you stop them?" The heavenly sea god roared. The heavenly heaven god's expression was extremely dark. I can't stop them." He should know the coordinates of the Genesis great world, right? "Let's follow this point and forcefully break through the barrier between the two worlds. Then we'll go to their world and kill Lin," the light god said. "But we'll suffer severe backlash if we do that," the life goddess said. "We don't have a way out. You can feel how powerful Lin is, right? This is the best opportunity to kill Lin." The heavenly sea god was extremely determined. Thus, the three paramount heavenly gods all turned toward the heavenly heaven god. The heavenly heaven god's expression was still very dark. I can't locate her coordinates. Not only that, but I can't even locate the coordinates that she used to open up the passageway between the two worlds. The heavenly sea god, the heavenly light goddess, and the heavenly life goddess were also dumbstruck. All of them stared at the heavenly heaven god with incredulity, feeling as if they were looking at a fake heavenly heaven god. The paramount god who ruled over the heavens and realms couldn't even find the coordinates of a god of creation in its true form. What a joke! Were they supposed to allow an unknown god of creation to save Lin from the combined attacks of four paramount heavenly gods before escaping? I can locate the coordinates of the Nuwa world. How about we go capture the divine Phoenix Maiden? The heavenly heaven god was also feeling very awkward, and he tried to salvage his dignity. Hee, are we going to suffer the backlash of a top-rate god of creation's great world just to capture the divine Phoenix Maiden? Have we gone insane? The heavenly sea god chuckled coldly. Thus, everyone fell silent again. All of the paramount heavenly gods looked around at the empty space before them, and their faces began to burn with embarrassment. It was extremely awkward to stay here for even a second longer. Four paramount heavenly gods had surrounded Lin, but they had come up empty-handed. If word of this got out, they would be bringing shame to the entire heavens. However, there was no need for word of this to get out. Everyone had seen this, and word of this was going to spread across the entire continent. Lan Xiaoni stood on the city wall of Yutong City, and she wept tears of joy as she announced the news to the entire city. The divine Phoenix Maiden had been rescued by Nuwa, and sect leader Lin had also been rescued by a mysterious god of creation. The paramount heavenly god's plan had failed. The entire city erupted into a frenzy upon hearing this. One powerful being after another yelled into the sky with flushed faces. All of the soldiers hugged one another as their hearts were filled with joy. Some of them had even knelt to the ground and burst into tears and laughter at the same time. Even they didn't know that Enlin held such an important position in their hearts, and that Enlin's near-death experience was able to shake them to such an extent. Thankfully, Enlin had managed to escape from the 4 paramount heavenly gods. This was fantastic news for them. This was even more exciting than if they had won an earth-shattering battle. The heaven-crushing united army was ecstatic. After a brief period of elation, Lan Xiaoni regained her composure and announced that the entire city was ready for battle again. The paramount heavenly gods had lost their target, Enlin, and were most likely going to unleash their wrath upon Yutong City. So they had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. All of the soldiers gathered their composure upon hearing this order and began to prepare the city protection formation. Lan Xiaoni was already a qualified leader. Many living beings had witnessed her arduous journey to become a leader of this army. She had evolved from a crybaby to a leader who could command respect from the vast majority of powerful beings. This was no easy feat. She was still faced with a massive challenge. But she wasn't going to back down. Even in the face of such dire straits, Big Boss and didn't give up easily. As his underling, how could she disgrace Big Boss? In another place, there were also a few experts who were very excited and happy. They were the battling Buddha and the others who had gone with Enlin to carry out the mission. Not a single member of the Gods of Destruction team had been sacrificed, and they had reaped great rewards. This made them feel extremely proud and confident at the same time. The battle is not over yet. Let's return to Yutong City first. All right, we'll defend Yutong City to the death and await Enlin's return. Everyone's battle intent surged as they quickly traveled toward Yutong City. At this moment, on the battlefield of the 4 paramount heavenly gods, all of the paramount heavenly gods had finally recovered from the heavy blow of Enlin's escape. Let's destroy Yutong City while it's still in its true form. The heavenly heaven god felt like there was a ball of rage in his chest that he couldn't vent. That's right. The living beings in Yutong City are the main force of the heaven-crushing united army. If we destroy them, we'll only need to hold off Enlin and the others, and the heavenly human tribe will be able to destroy the rest of the human race. The heavenly light goddess chimed in. The heavenly sea god turned toward the heavenly light goddess with a meaningful gaze. I think we should force the heavenly light goddess to reveal her true form first before we attack Yutong City together. The heavenly light goddess! The heavenly heaven god's eyes lit up upon hearing this. After fighting alongside the heavenly sea god for a while, he had almost mistaken the heavenly light goddess for a teammate. The heavenly sea god's words had enlightened him. Chapter 2188. At this moment, the heavenly light goddess really wanted to curse the heavenly sea god. Why was this heavenly sea god always thinking about screwing over his teammates? At the very least, I fought alongside you against Enlin. How can you suddenly change your attitude? Do you not want your dignity as a supreme heavenly god anymore? The heavenly light goddess had already cursed the heavenly sea god 1,000 times in her mind. However, she still maintained a friendly and calm expression on her face. She smiled and said, "We have a common enemy. If we start a civil war now, our enemies will laugh at us." The heavenly sea god remained unmoved upon hearing this. "If we don't take this opportunity to unleash your true Tao form now, we'll become the real joke here." Heavenly light goddess. The heavenly heaven god felt like the heavenly sea god's words were very reasonable. The 2 paramount heavenly gods had already been forced to reveal their true Tao forms, so it would be a joke if they were to vent their anger on Yutong City. This was a situation of blood loss. If they waited for the heavenly light goddess to complete her transformation, then even if they managed to force out the heavenly light goddess Tao origin form, they would probably still be killed by the heavenly light goddess. In other words, this was the final opportunity to force the heavenly light goddess to reveal her trump card. The heavenly life goddess didn't say anything, and her actions of secretly accumulating power exposed her current thoughts. Strange ripples began to appear in the sky, sealing off the space within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Boundless seas began to appear around the heavenly light goddess. All three paramount heavenly gods were thinking the same thing at this moment. The heavenly light goddess heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this. She had initially planned to force out Enlin's final life sacrifice and suppress the three paramount heavenly gods so that she could seize the opportunity to escape. Who would have thought that her plan would fail in the end? What could he do? She found that other than the smooth beginning, the process and the ending were particularly bad. She had almost unleashed her true Tao form when facing off against the two paramount heavenly gods earlier. If it weren't for Enlin's appearance, she would have died a long time ago. Now that the paramount heavenly god of life was targeting her, there was no chance for her to escape. Could it be that he really had to use his Tao form here? No, I can't use it here. An unyielding and hopeful light erupted from the heavenly light goddess' eyes. Ultimate deity art, light of two realms. The purplish-golden light dazzled the heavens. With an extremely terrifying speed and extremely powerful aura, it continued forward and fled into the distance. It was also at this moment that the attacks of the three paramount heavenly gods descended like rain. The energies of the Empyrean gods clashed, causing the entire continent to shake. The heaven-crushing united army atop Yutong City was stunned once again. They were already prepared to sacrifice themselves, so why were these paramount heavenly gods suddenly fighting one another? Was civil war that fun? It was so fun that they didn't even want to give up the enemy's base camp, which had the weakest defenses and didn't have any super top-class combat power. In any case, the heaven-crushing army couldn't understand. However, this didn't affect their happiness. It would be best if the four paramount heavenly gods perished together. That way, there wouldn't be a need to fight this battle. The pursuit of a paramount heavenly god was still ongoing. Fortunately, the battle would no longer affect Yutong Divine City. This was because the beam of purple and golden light was flying toward the east, and the spell techniques unleashed by the three heavenly gods were also leaning toward the east. The heaven-crushing alliance's troops watched the battle nervously. They didn't know when this battle was going to conclude. However, they knew that the outcome of this battle would definitely change the direction of the entire Tai Chu continent and alarm all living beings on the Tai Chu continent within the divine mirror world. Enlin was situated in a vast expanse of darkness. His consciousness gradually became clear, and he felt like his entire body was being torn apart. This was the after effects of his injuries following the conclusion of the battle. If he wanted to recover, he would most likely have to rest for a very long time. Enlin didn't care about that, and he opened his eyes with great difficulty. The most important thing now was to figure out the current situation. That's right, he couldn't rest yet. He had to recover as soon as possible before returning. Otherwise, Yutong City would be in an extremely perilous situation. However, when Enlin struggled to open his eyes, he was greeted by a sight that left him a little dazed. Scorching winds swept toward him like sharp blades. He was greeted by the sight of a vast expanse of yellow sand. He sat up to discover that the ground beneath him was scorching sand, and he was greeted by a series of connected sand dunes that were shimmering with golden light. The scorching sun in the sky scorched the earth mercilessly. The parched air, the scorching sand, the barren and barren land, as well as the gale-force winds sweeping up sand and dust, all revealed just how harsh this place was. I'm in a desert. And Lin was a little dumbstruck. He recalled that Tina had dragged him into this place. As the goddess of creation, it was one thing for Tina to not place him in a celestial realm with abundant vital energy, but she should at least give him a room and a living room, right? What was she trying to do by leaving him in the middle of a barren desert? Little Na, where are you? And Lin yelled at the top of his lungs. His voice reverberated throughout the desert before being drowned out by the wind and sand. He could actually use his power to amplify his voice, but he knew that using his power now would affect his recovery, so he decided against it. Giant and Lin, I'm here. A crisp voice sounded from the distance. An indescribably beautiful elven woman ran toward him from the distance. She had a pair of bright green eyes, a tall and straight nose, a pair of long and slender ears, a pair of delicate, cherry-like lips, and a pair of wings that were as thin as cicada wings, yet glowing with a holy golden light. Everything was so familiar. Tina's human form was simply too beautiful. However, why would such a beautiful elf woman be holding on to two ugly, fat, and weird mice? What are you? And Lynn's eyes widened as he looked at Tina, holding on to the tails of one of the mice with an adorable and innocent smile on her face. He was even more confused than when Tina refused to give him a room and a living room. This was way too weird. Oh, you're talking about this? Tina picked up one of the mice before her, and it squeaked with all its might as green liquid flowed from its gaping mouth. A dainty smile appeared on Tina's face. It took me a long time to find these. They're called wild sand mice, and they're very delicious. They're much more delicious than those sand snakes and poisonous centipedes. The elven woman praised excitedly with a smug look on her face, as if she was drooling with desire, and Lynn's mouth gaped open, and his mind went completely blank. The goddess of creation ate mice? What the F***CK was going on? Weren't all return to void stage mighty figures capable of fasting? Why did Tina eat such an ugly wild gerbil? Could it be that this mouse really was delicious? Did Tina want him to taste the local specialties of the divine mirror world? And Lynn could see that Tina couldn't wait to start a fire, so he speculated that this was most likely the case. After a long while, Tina finally finished roasting the mice. Come, Giant and Lynn, have a taste. Tina handed a fat roast mouse to Lynn, and Lynn accepted the roast mouse and bit into it with anticipation in his eyes. A peculiar sourness and stickiness suddenly welled up in his mouth. PFFF. Tui tui tui. What's this taste? And Lynn spat out the mouthful of food in front of him. Chapter 2189. The rabid sandhog looked very plump, but it tasted sour and astringent. It couldn't even compare to the groundhogs he had roasted in the United University of Cultivation. Tina's heart ached at the sight of Lynn spitting out the meat on the ground. It's such a waste to spit it out. How can you let it go to waste? And Lynn was stunned to see Tina open her mouth to bite down on the roasted rat, and he hurriedly reached out to stop her idiotic actions. Wait, little Na, what's wrong? Tell me, what's going on? There was a pained expression on Lynn's face as he looked at the young female elf before him. Tina blinked her bright eyes in confusion at Lynn. What do you mean, Giant and Lynn? What are you talking about? And Lynn pointed at the ugly, rabid sandhog with an enraged expression. You didn't have this kind of taste in the past. Why do you want to eat this? You're the goddess of creation. What immortal food can't you eat? In the past, you ate spirit fruits like jelly beans. You've fallen. Tina cocked her head to the side with confusion etched on her face. Immortal food? Spirit fruit? What are you talking about? She pointed at herself with a slender finger. You're saying I'm the goddess of creation? What's a goddess of creation? And Lynn's mouth gaped open as he stared blankly at Tina. Little Na, what's wrong with you? A dainty smile appeared on Tina's face. Hee, Giant and Lynn, I don't even know my own name, but for some reason, I feel like you call me Little Na. Boom! These words were like a bolt of lightning striking Lynn's mind. And Lynn's eyes widened as countless speculations flashed through his mind. He stared at the woman before him with incredulity in his eyes. Little Na, why you've even forgotten your own name? You lost your memory. Tina blinked her dark green eyes and nodded. I think so. I've been in this desert for as long as I can remember. I don't know who I am or where I came from, but occasionally there will be some messy memories in my mind, such as memories of spells, memories of languages. And Lynn shuddered and pointed at himself. You don't know your own name, but you know mine, and you even took the initiative to save me? Tina replied excitedly That's when I suddenly felt a sense of unease in this world, as if someone very important to me was in danger. Then I followed the guidance of the chi activity in my bloodline and came to your world. Then I saved you. As for your name, I just blurted it out. It was instinctive. She took Enlin's hand, and her beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. I also want to ask you. I feel that you are very important to me, and we are connected by blood. What is our relationship? Are you my father? Enlin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. F***CK, even his beast pet was going to make him a father? Enlin looked at the fairy before him and at the pure and flawless expression in her eyes. You are my friend, a very, very good friend. Oh, so you're friends? Tina was enlightened upon hearing this, and a wide smile appeared on her face. That's great. I have a new friend. She latched onto Enlin's hand with a smile on her face. Let's go. I'll take you to see my other friends. Enlin's heart jolted with shock. So Tina had other friends? In that case, would he be able to learn more information from Tina's friends? Before Enlin could refuse, Tina grabbed Enlin's hand and flew into the sky toward a certain direction in her memory. Enlin looked down at the desert from above, only to find that it stretched as far as the eye could see. He didn't know just how big this desert was. They flew along the way, and there was no special scenery to be seen. It was extremely barren and monotonous, and the wind was blowing sand into their faces. Enlin was completely unable to imagine why Tina would choose to live in an environment like this. Giant and Enlin were here. Tina and Enlin landed on a pile of rubble. There were a series of cracked stone pillars lying all over the place, and there were also many dilapidated houses that had been eroded by the wind and sand. There was still no sign of human habitation or living beings. Glug, glug, glug. Moo, moo. A few burly pig-shaped monsters ran over with elation. There was also a huge rhinoceros that was covered in flames and had rough skin and thick flesh. It also ran over happily. Squeak, 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 squeak. A bald eagle with feathers like steel blades flew over Tina's head. Let me introduce them to you. This is the wild sand black pig. This is the fire demon cow, and this is the sharp steel eagle. They're all my friends, Tina introduced with a joyful expression. Glug, glug, glug. Moo, sizzle, sizzle. All of Tina's friends greeted each other with elation. And Lin, he had initially wanted to ask Tina's friends what was going on. However, it looked like he had been far too naive. Tina's friends didn't even know how to speak, and Lin was on the verge of tears as he looked at the black pig before him. Asking a pig to speak to him? Wasn't that a joke? What had happened to Tina? How had Tina gone from a cute and intelligent little girl to a cute and retarded little girl in less than a year? And Lin was extremely distressed. He recalled that the last time he saw Tina, she had told him that she was going to upgrade the Divine Mirror World. During that battle in the Divine Mirror World, many Tao integration stage super mighty figures and heavenly gods had fallen, thereby drastically enhancing the development of the Divine Mirror World. Theoretically speaking, the Divine Mirror World should have become a world capable of giving birth to Tao integration stage super mighty figures. But why had Tina become like this? Could it be that the Divine Mirror World had failed to evolve? Giant and Lin, come here. Let's ride on a pig together. A ridiculously beautiful fairy galloped toward Enlin atop a huge black pig. Thus, Enlin and Tina galloped through the desert atop the huge black pig. They were living a carefree life. No. Enlin suddenly came to a sudden realization. This was a bizarre scene no matter how he looked at it. Riding atop the black pig, Enlin no longer cared about anything that might affect his recovery. He immediately unleashed his divine sense to examine Tina's body. His divine sense enveloped the fairy's body, and the results of his inspection gave Enlin a massive shock. Enlin was completely rooted to the spot. Tina, your cultivation base is already at the goddess of creation stage. and Lynn let loose a cry of surprise. Goddess of creation stage? What's that? Tina was at a loss, and Lynn was astonished. Logically speaking, if a living being in the divine mirror world could progress to the return to void stage, then Tina should be able to instantly progress to the return to void pinnacle stage. Now that a living being in the divine mirror world could progress to the Tao integration stage, then Tina should be able to instantly progress to the Tao integration pinnacle stage. How was she already at the goddess of creation stage? Furthermore, after Lin used the power of the heavenly Tao, he discovered that Tina's goddess of creation stage cultivation base had an ancient aura to it, indicating that she was a veteran goddess of creation stage super mighty figure. What the hell happened to Tina? Chapter 2190. Two huge black pigs galloped through the desert, kicking up clouds of dust and sand, and Lin fell into deep thought after recovering from his astonishment. Just what had happened in the past year. Little Na, have you been living in that pile of rubble all this time? And Lin couldn't help but ask. Tina thought for a moment before replying. Sometimes I live in that pile of rubble, and sometimes I just sleep in a sand dune. And Lin, you don't even live in a house? You don't even want a bed? And Lin was astonished. Why would I want a bed in a house? Tina pointed at the boundless desert with a perplexed expression. This entire ground can be my bed. Other animals don't dare to come near me anyway, so I can just find a place to lie down. And Lin's mouth gaped open, but he was at a loss for words. He suddenly understood why Tina had dumped him in the desert. So in the eyes of this fairy, the desert could be used as a bed? The mighty goddess of creation had actually fallen to the point where she had to sleep in the wilderness? It's just that the wind is very strong sometimes, and when I wake up, my entire body will be covered in sand. That's a little troublesome, Tina added, and Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. Holy Mother of God, that's a little troublesome? Tina's brain was damaged, and Lin's heart ached at the sight of Tina's deranged state. But he was also at a loss for what to do, and Lin knew that he couldn't rush this. He had to find out what had caused Tina to become like this, then try to help her recover. The two of them continued to gallop through the desert. Tina seemed to really enjoy riding pigs. Sometimes she would even stand on the backs of the pigs and look up at the spectacular sight of the red sun disappearing into the horizon. A goddess of creation riding a pig, and she seemed to be enjoying herself. She reminded Lin of the wild children she had played with when she was little. Sigh, little Na, I still don't understand why you chose to live in a desert instead of a place with beautiful scenery, and Lin continued. Beautiful scenery? Tina cocked her head to the side. Is there a place with beautiful scenery in this world? And Lin was astonished again. How could there not be? The divine mirror world is huge. There really isn't, Tina replied earnestly. It's all desert. And Lin once again used the power within his body and released his divine sense. This time he did not pay attention to the details and only paid attention to the range. His divine sense quickly spread out for thousands of kilometers, and it turned out that it really was a huge desert. And Lin was unwilling to give up. He continued to expand his divine sense, reaching 10,000 li. In the end, he observed a desert that spanned tens of thousands of miles. He crazily expanded his divine sense. 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, several million miles. If this were in the past, he would have explored the entire divine mirror world a long time ago. However, he still couldn't see the end of it. None of that mattered anymore. More importantly, when Lin used his divine sense to its limit, all he saw was a desert, a desert. Even the largest desert on the Tai Chu continent was less than a tenth of the size of the desert in the divine mirror world. This meant that what Tina had said was very likely true. How did it become like this? And Lin's expression was a little dazed. Where had the divine mirror world in his mind, which was filled with countless tribes, vibrant with vitality and innumerable natural wonders, gone? Right at this moment, two black boars carried Lin and Tina to a certain place. This was an extremely massive city that had been obscured by a sandstorm, and Lynn could see all types of roofs, as well as tall towers. As for the lower half of the buildings and the ground of the city, they had already been buried underground by the boundless sandstorm. That's right, this was a city that had been obscured by a sandstorm, and Lynn and Tina dismounted from the wild boar and walked into the city. This city was extremely massive, spanning over 50 kilometers in length. However, in contrast to its grandeur, this place was extremely desolate. Desolate, this was far too desolate. There was nothing here. All they could see was desolation and decay. And Lynn made his way toward a tall tower that had not been buried by the sandstorm, and he could see some signs of life within it. He saw some special beings, and he could tell from their silhouettes that they were members of the Lightwing clan. There were several hundred Lightwing clan members on the tall tower, and all of them seemed to have been petrified. Their bodies were made up of a tough and decayed substance, and their wings were snapped off. They looked up at the sky with despair and confusion on their faces, and their vitality had been completely severed. All of the Lightwing clan members were clustered together, either praying or shedding tears toward the sky. Their bodies had been corroded by a strange power, and they had been petrified. This was a scene of sorrow and despair, but it also seemed to be an extremely ancient scene. This made Lynn feel extremely uneasy. Is this the apocalypse? What has happened to the divine mirror world? Why has it changed so much in the short span of a year? And Lynn murmured to himself. Tina's innocent smile gradually disappeared as an indescribable sense of sorrow welled up in her heart. She was a little perplexed upon hearing Lynn's words. What short span of a year? It had clearly been a very, very long time. If the sun rose and set as one day, then how many years had it been since Little Na had been here? 100 years? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Or 1,000,000 years? It's been far, far too long. Little Na doesn't even know how much time has passed. Ever since Little Na can remember, everything has been like this. Tina spoke in a soft voice, as if she were recounting something that had happened a long, long time ago. This place has always been like this. The desert, the sun, the gale force winds, and the sandstorm. I've walked from one end of the world to the other, but I haven't found a single living being that I can speak to. All I've seen are ordinary desert creatures. I've been blown away by the wind and scorched by the sun. When I'm bored, I'll go hunting and find food. After that, I'll make a few silly friends. Day after day, year after year, and there's no end in sight. I've actually become numb to this for a very long time. I've become numb to the endless repetition of this life. I thought this was what it meant to be alive. She clasped a hand over her heart and lowered her head. Giant and Lynn, did you know? I was ecstatic when I suddenly discovered that my bloodline was reacting to someone else's. At that time, I suddenly discovered that I wasn't alone. I was in another world, and there were other people that I was connected to, and Lynn looked at the elven woman beside him. She didn't seem to want Lynn to see her feeble and disheveled state, so she lowered her head. However, translucent tears were already flowing from the corners of her eyes, but they instantly disappeared as soon as they fell to the ground. Even though he had countless questions, and Lynn wasn't going to pry any further, he merely pulled the elven woman into his arms and held her tightly. Little Na, it's all right now. I'm here now, aren't I? I'll always be with you. You won't be bored anymore. And Lynn consoled her in a gentle voice. He could sense the elven woman's loneliness and unease. Who could live in such an environment forever? Tina's body wasn't the only thing that was being tortured, and Lynn felt as if his heart were being squeezed by something. Chapter 2191. Tina accepted Lynn's hug in a very natural manner. To put it more accurately, she was hoping that Lynn would hug her for a little longer. This type of warmth and familiarity was something that she had experienced a long, long time ago, and she was extremely nostalgic about it. Thank you very much, Giant and Lynn. Little Na is very happy to have true friends from now on. Tina rested her head on Lynn's shoulder, and a smile appeared on her face again, and Lynn stroked little Na's soft golden hair. "I've always been a very, very good friend of yours. I'm sorry for making you suffer so much, but I'll definitely find a way to help you recover." To his surprise, Tina shook her head with a sweet smile. "It's all right, it's all in the past now. All you have to do is treat me well and don't leave me in the future." And Lynn's heart fell into a daze at the sight of her mesmerizing smile. This little girl was so obedient that it made his heart ache for her. Little Na had to have seen how terrifying this world was and felt that helping him recover his memories would only bring him bad things, so she refused to do so. "No, you're extremely important to me, so you have to listen to me," and Lynn spoke with a firm expression. He used his divine sense to survey Tina's body again as he spoke. Tina's cultivation base was indeed at the God of Creation stage, and it was an extremely ancient God of Creation stage cultivation base that could only be described as unfathomable. However, her power was extremely dispirited and completely dried up. She was like a dried-up well without any source water. She only had her cultivation and nothing else. This was very strange indeed. If it weren't for the fact that they were connected by blood and that her appearance and aura were so realistic, and Lynn would have suspected that this young fairy was his little Na. "Little Na, is your current level of authority over the divine mirror world complete?" And Lynn thought about it for a moment before deciding to analyze this from another perspective. Authority over the divine mirror world? What's that? Tina blinked in confusion, and Lynn was speechless. "You don't even know the level of authority you have. So how did you transmigrate to save me? Not only that, but you also evaded the pursuit of a paramount heavenly God? I just somehow sensed your location. Then I broke the barrier between the two worlds without any hesitation and pulled you into my world without any hesitation. I even closed the passage between the worlds. All of this was driven by instinct and some kind of stress reaction." Tina's eyes lit up as she spoke. "Giant and Lynn, you really are very important to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done something like this for you." She was now even more certain that the man before her was extremely important to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry to meet him and drag him into her divine mirror world. Driven by instinct. And Lynn was deep in thought. The fact that you have the ability to break and close the passage between the two worlds proves that you still have the authority, or rather, you have part of the authority, but you have forgotten how to use it. Let's go, little Na. Show me around this divine mirror world. I want to see if there's any way I can help you recover your memories. And Lynn felt like recovering Tina's memories was the most important thing right now. That way, all of the mysteries would most likely be solved. Tina wasn't going to refuse Lynn's request. She spread open her wings and began to fly around the divine mirror world with Lynn in tow. They flew from north to south, then from east to west. The divine mirror world was very, very big, and Lynn could only see a barren desert along the way, as well as the ruins of all types of living beings that were almost completely obscured by the dust and sand. What was most astonishing to him were the ruins of the human kingdom. This was a highly civilized place with many extravagant buildings that pierced straight into the heavens. There were all types of man-made structures that were simply breathtaking, and some lifeless equipment was still operating even now. However, just like the other races, there were no signs of life in these places. There were no signs of life from any highly intelligent living beings. They had all become fossils like the ones Lynn had seen in the ruins of the Lightwing clan. Despair and sorrow were the main themes of this world. It was very difficult to imagine what it must have been like for Tina to wander around this world with nothing but despair and sorrow before her eyes after losing her memories. All of the living beings had been reduced to something akin to fossils. However, Lynn also discovered that the number of living beings that had been reduced to fossils was extremely low. This was a city of over 10 million people, but he could only sense a few hundred fossils. Where did the rest of the people go? Could it be that they had all disappeared into thin air? Or could it be that those people had already been reduced to dust by the sandstorm? And Lin discovered that the more he investigated this world, the more mysteries he discovered. He hammered the space around him to find that the space here was almost as hard as the Tai Chu continent. This was very astonishing. At the very least, this proved that this world was very close to the Tai Chu continent. A few days later, and Lin arrived at the center of the divine mirror world. This was also the center of the boundless desert. He discovered a gargantuan ocean. The ocean was inky black in color, and there was extremely dense energy flowing within it. The entire ocean was extremely poisonous, and no living beings could survive in this ocean. At a certain place along the coast of the Sea of Darkness, and Lin discovered an extremely gargantuan dragon skeleton. Just the dragon skeleton alone was over 1,000 kilometers long, forming a massive, winding mountain range. The skeleton was still indestructible even after countless years of use, and Lin sensed the skeleton carefully and was astonished to discover that this dragon was a god of creation stage being. What did this prove? This proved that the living beings of this world were extremely close to the Tai Chu continent. After all, even a god of creation had once existed here. This was definitely something that Lin had never seen or heard of in all of the worlds he had seen and heard of. Just what had happened to the divine mirror world. How had a world like this been destroyed? No, that wasn't the point. The point was, how had the divine mirror world experienced so much in just a single year? Logically speaking, there was no way that a world as developed as this could be so different from the Tai Chu continent, and Lin's mind raced, but he couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard he tried. Tina immediately offered words of consolation. It's all right, Giant and Lin. Let's not think about this anymore. What happened in the past isn't important. What's important is whether little Na is doing well now. She held onto Lin's hand with a smile. Little Na is doing very well here. You can chat with me, Giant and Lin, and we can eat all of the delicacies in this world. We can find delicacies like rabid gerbils. And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Find delicacies like rabid gerbils? Little Na, what have you been through these past few years? Chapter 2192. And Lin was on the verge of tears at the sight of Tina's adorable and innocent expression, and he really couldn't bear to tell her the truth. The dishes that Tina was referring to, such as roasted spiders and wild sand rats, were definitely some of the most ghastly dishes on the Tai Chu continent. Giant and Lin, there are many more interesting things to explore in the divine mirror world. Let's go for a stroll. Tina latched onto Lin's hand with an excited expression, and Lin had been to so many places, but he really hadn't seen anything interesting or fun. Of course, if Tina could say that riding a black pig was fun, then there were indeed a lot of things to play with in this world. At the very least, there were a lot of strange creatures that could be kept as pets for fun. Giant and Lin, we can go to the heavenly white jade rock to see the spectacular scene of vital energy being compressed into a rainbow rain. We can go to the purple sand basin to see the battle of the century between billions of ants and purple crystal sandworms. We can also go to the Snake Rock Peak to see the peculiar scene of sandstorms being blasted into colorful sandstorms by divine lightning. Tina introduced all the beautiful sceneries in the world as if she was counting her family treasures. She even knew where to stand and which angle to view the scenery from. God knew how many times she had seen those sceneries, and Lin felt more and more guilty as he listened. Little Na, let's go out, okay? And Lin suddenly suggested. Go out? Where are we going? Tina stared at Lin with a confused expression. To the world that I live in, the Tai Chu continent, and Lin replied with a serious expression. Tina's eyelids trembled slightly. The world that Giant and Lin lives in? But I've lived here for so long. This world is where I was born and raised. I have many fun places here, and we can have a lot of fun here. We don't necessarily have to go to the Tai Chu continent. The young fairy maiden looked at the man before her, as if she was trying to salvage something from him. And Lynn could empathize with Tina's current emotions. This was the place where she had lived for countless years. No matter how harsh the environment was, even if there were all sorts of flaws and shortcomings, it was still very meaningful to her. Little Na, I'm not asking you to leave this place forever. I just want to take you to the Thai Chu continent to have some fun. It's like a vacation, understand? And Lynn spoke in a gentle voice. There are many fun places to visit on the Thai Chu continent. The celestial court has boundless rainbow clouds to look at. The creation realm has all types of strange-looking living beings to broaden your horizons. The spirit lake realm has many extremely comfortable hot springs. The southern heavenly wing nation has all types of divine and immortal trees that reach into the clouds. And the realm of the fallen phoenix has a boundless grassland with blue skies and green grass. Tina was initially reluctant, but as she heard a series of new terms and things that she had never heard of before, her initially reluctant eyes gradually lit up, revealing a burning curiosity and thirst for knowledge. And Lynn calmed down a little when he saw the elf girl's reaction. No matter what Tina had been through, she was still the same little Na that craved new things and loved to experience different things. Really? Is everything you're saying true? Are there really so many fun things to see on the Thai Chu continent? You're not lying to me, are you? Tina was a little uneasy, and Lynn bent down and looked into Tina's bright eyes. He even poked her delicate cheek with a smile. Of course it's true. You're my best friend. Why would I lie to you? He extended a hand toward Tina. Little Na! The light of the setting sun shone down upon the two of them. The light of the setting sun made Lynn's figure appear particularly warm and warm. Come with me. I promised you that I would take you to see the most beautiful scenery in this world. This promise is valid forever. To see the most beautiful scenery in this world. Tina's heart jolted as she looked at the man before her. All of the memories that had been sealed away in her mind suddenly exploded, crashing into her consciousness like a tidal wave. That one sentence was an opportunity. It passed through boundless space and time before overlapping in that instant. Giant and Lynn, I'm back! Phew! Such fresh air! Let me tell you, I'm already at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. I can even help in a battle against a heavenly god or a paramount heavenly god. Huh. Dabai, little Tian, little Gu. Big Sister Hong, what's with your expressions? Where is Giant and Lynn? The atmosphere became extremely heavy. Lil, Tian didn't say any idioms, curled up on the ground with an autistic face and didn't say a word. Dabai's tears were streaming down his face. Little Gu hung her head. Little Hong looked up into the sky. Master, he's already dead and the battle is over. Hey, what are you talking about? The smile on Tina's face instantly disappeared as she stared at her friends with astonishment etched on her face. Big Brother and was surrounded by the 4 paramount heavenly gods, and he used his final life sacrifice to defeat the 4 paramount heavenly gods. But his own life was also erased. The power of darkness returned to the heavenly Tao and became an inanimate object. In the end, Nuam mended the heavens. It's over, it's all over. Master has left us forever. Each and every word was like a blade stabbing into the fairy's heart, making her vision blur with pain. Tina shook her head relentlessly, and her eyes seemed to have lost all of their luster for the first time. No, impossible. How could Giant and Lynn die? I don't believe this. This is absolutely impossible. Little Na, haven't you noticed? The beast pet contract between you and Master has already disappeared. Little Goose sobbed. Tina's features instantly turned extremely pale. He promised me that he would take me to see all of the beautiful sights in this world. He hasn't even fulfilled that promise. So how could he abandon me? How could he leave me? Liar! You big liar! The fairy wore a flowery dress and sat alone on the summit of the full moon mountain. She looked at the moon rising and setting, as well as the spring flowers and winter snow. She looked up into the sky as the darkness merged into the heavenly Tao. She didn't think that things would end up like this. She didn't expect that the hurried departure, the brief departure without any warning, would suddenly become an eternal farewell. After the tribulation, hope reignited in the world. All things began to recover, and a series of new legends were born. However, Lin was the only legend that no one could surpass. The 4-9 Immortal sect was still the most dazzling and powerful force on the Tai Chu continent. In fact, it was the #1 holy land for countless prodigies on the entire Tai Chu continent. However, the Realm Pavilion Lord seemed to have been a legend forever. Only the members of the 4-9 Immortal sect knew that there was a fairy who had been looking up into the sky on the full moon mountain every day for a very, very long time. Hey, Giant and Lin, you've only become the Heavenly Tao, right? There must be a way to save you, right? I'm also the Heavenly Tao, and I'm also a god of creation. If I can exist as a living being, then you can too, right? I don't have the ability to interfere with the Heavenly Tao of the Tai Chu continent right now, as my rank is too low. But what if the Heavenly Tao of the Divine Mirror World is more powerful than the Tai Chu continent? I can do it. I can definitely do it. No matter what price I have to pay, no matter how long it takes, I'll make you appear before me again. I won't give up. Wait for me, Giant and Lin. Chapter 2193. Within the 4-9 Immortal sect, the prodigies from all of the tribes suddenly began to discuss spiritedly among themselves. Did you hear? I heard that Pavilion Leader Tina is no longer at the Full Moon Mountain. Really? What happened? Crap. Is she going to be like sect leader Su Xiaolan and try to forcibly break through the barrier of the universe and split the Heavenly Tao again? Even the god of creation stage sect leader was sealed away by Pengu. Pavilion Leader Tina is still too weak. There's no way she would do something like that. Also, hasn't Pavilion Leader by already predicted that there's no chance of success? Sect Leader and Lin's life has already been wiped away. That accursed Pengu, I'm going to beat him to death one day. Brother, don't just drink, eat more. Within the 4-9 Immortal sect, within the Blood Pavilion, a beautiful fairy who had shrunk to the size of a human was appraising the members of the Blood Pavilion with a calm expression. I can sense the aura of Giant and Lin in your blood. This is because we once sucked Master's blood, which is why his aura remains. What is Pavilion Leader Tina trying to do? I want to drink your blood. Aye. Pavilion Leader Tina, even though our blood contains Master's aura, our slave contracts with Master have already been completely nullified. Our blood is completely useless to you. This is the only aura left behind by Giant and Lin. I need him. I need to sense his aura so that I can find him again. Please. Tina bowed her head as she pleaded with the members of the Blood Pavilion. The members of the Blood Pavilion looked at one another. So much time had passed, and even sect leader Su Xiaolan had been sealed away. Was Pavilion Leader Tina still not giving up? She was clearly a goddess of creation, but she was begging them in a humble manner. All right, we'll help you no matter what. Pavilion Leader Tina is asking for our blood. How could we refuse? Come on, you can draw as many as you want. The more, the better, Tina replied. No problem. The pavilion leaders and members of the Blood Pavilion replied in unison. The next day, a dozen or so members of the Blood Pavilion were sent to the emergency room of the Purple Star Pavilion due to excessive blood loss. Tina, the pavilion master of the Realm Pavilion, announced that she would be in seclusion indefinitely. She entered the Divine Mirror World and began to develop the Divine Mirror World with all her heart and soul, constantly improving and perfecting the Divine Mirror, Heavenly Tao. The elf-like goddess stood at the top of the world and looked down on all living beings. The red pendant on her neck suddenly emitted a strange red light. His eyes, which were filled with divinity, became extremely firm. Giant and Lin, it doesn't matter if it's 100 years, 10,000 years, or 1,000,000 years. I will find you and bring you back. She caressed the red pendant and slowly merged it into her heart. And Lin's aura merged with hers at that moment, as if they had never been separated. She was still connected to Enlin by blood. As long as Enlin called out to her, she would be able to sense it. The elf lady's figure gradually disappeared into the sandstorm. Cultivation and civilization in the divine mirror world were progressing at a rapid rate. Several years later, the entire Tai Chu continent was stunned by a feat of splitting open the sky. The 4-9 immortal sect had gained another god of creation. However, this god of creation was extremely low-key, and after splitting open the sky, she disappeared without a trace and completely ignored the affairs of this world. She still had a wish that she had yet to fulfill. This was a wish that she had to fulfill no matter how many years passed. For the sake of that wish, she was willing to give up on everything else. Time continued to pass by. The legend of Enlin had already become an ancient legend. After what seemed like an eternity, another change occurred in the sky above the Tai Chu continent. A dark brown spatial rift tore through the heavens, slicing the entire sky in half. The great Tao of heaven and earth of the Tai Chu continent began to tremor at the same time, as if it were facing some kind of challenge. Immediately afterward, a crisp and heavenly voice spread to every corner of the world and even entered the heavenly Tao through a peculiar method. "Giant Enlin, are you there? I'm here to pick you up. Little Na is here to pick you up. Please come out. Little Na has already found the heavenly Tao of darkness that can replace you. It won't harm this world or any living beings. As long as you can separate yourself from this world, Little Na will be able to end all of this. I beg of you, please come back," the woman pleaded relentlessly as an extremely terrifying heavenly Tao fused into the heavenly Tao of the Tai Chu continent, as if it was searching for something. However, the heavenly Tao had no response other than rage. Tina had already discovered that the Tai Chu continent was unsurpassable. The heavenly Tao that she wielded was only infinitely close to the heavenly Tao of the Tai Chu continent, but it was unable to surpass it. This was the law of the universe, as well as the ultimate law of Tao. Tina was in despair upon discovering this, but she refused to give up. She firmly believed that there had to be a way for Enlin to come back. Tina was using her own heavenly Tao to analyze the heavenly Tao of the Tai Chu continent in an attempt to find a way out. She firmly believed that she could change everything. "Giant Enlin, please come back. Little Na has been waiting for you for a long, long time." The fairy goddess of creation was like a helpless little girl, pleading with Enlin. She endured the backlash of the heavenly Tao and endured unimaginable pain as she analyzed the situation in a frenzy. Finally, amidst her despair and confusion, she saw a glimmer of light. She was looking into the darkness, but within the darkness, she discovered the only light. She traced the light and saw time. The power of time, the power of darkness. Time. Heavenly Tao! She murmured to herself as something exploded in her mind. The probability of this happening was infinitely close to zero. Ever since Pangu separated heaven and earth, no one had ever done something like this. However, just because no one had done it didn't mean that it was destined to fail. Tina only hesitated for a split second before rushing toward the glimmer of light without any hesitation. Heaven and earth spun around her, and she saw a river. This was a river that contained all of the most evil things in this world. The flow of time here was different. Tina saw another river hidden within this river. This river was an extension of the Tao. It was a place of despair for all things in this world, as it was something from another dimension. This was the river of time, the true river of time. No matter what Tina was in this dimension, it would be annihilated upon reaching that unique dimension of time. But was this really absolute? The young elven woman at the pinnacle of the Tao pursed her lips as she looked at the surging river and recalled all of her memories with that man. At this moment, she was all alone. There was no existence in this world that could stand by her side. If she were to step into the river of time, there was a chance that she would fall into eternal loneliness. However, so much time had passed, but the memories of her time with Enlin were still so clear and unforgettable to her. You once said you were going to take me to see all of the beautiful scenes in this world. The world is very beautiful right now. But what's the point of me seeing all of those beautiful scenes without you around? Tina's expression was firm as she made her way toward the hidden river of time. I've only risked my life for you in my entire life. Hence, Giant and Lynn, either we die together, or we meet again in the river of time. Even if I return to the past, even if the world becomes a wasteland, even if I lose all of my cultivation base, even if I lose everything, I believe that after countless years of waiting and searching, we'll definitely meet again. When that time comes, I'll change everything, and I'll slap you in the face. The light of the setting sun shone down on their faces. The young elven woman suddenly burst into tears. Her tears fell like drops of golden jade under the light of the setting sun, and Lynn was given a fright. Little Na, what's wrong? What happened? I'm fine. Nothing happened. Tina shook her head as she wiped away her tears. Are you really fine? And Lynn was completely unconvinced, and he reached out to wipe away her tears. Slap! A scorching slap landed mercilessly on Lynn's face. The palm print was particularly red under the setting sun. Why did you hit me? Because I like it. Chapter 2194. Because you like me? And Lynn was dumbstruck. You can hit me just because you like me? You can do whatever you want? Tina faltered slightly upon hearing this before bursting into laughter. That's right, I can do whatever I want. Are you going to retaliate, Giant and Lynn? And Lynn was struck by an indescribable sense of heartache as he looked at the tear-stained young woman. So be it. Seeing as you're so adorable, I'll forgive you for now. He really? Then I want to slap you a few more times. After all, this is a great opportunity for forgiveness, so I have to cherish it. Tina chuckled as she raised her slender, jade-like hand again, and Lynn instantly panicked. My adorable and kind little Nachan, please spare me. You can only forgive me once a day at most. Oh, Tina didn't pursue the matter any further and nodded obediently with her hands clasped behind her back. Little Na, are you really all right? And Lynn asked with a concerned expression. I'm really fine. Otherwise, you can examine me with your divine sense, Tina replied. There's no need for that. Let's find a way to go back. I have to find a way to help you recover your memories and revitalize the divine mirror world. And Lynn patted his chest. Tina nodded lightly as she stared at Lynn with her beautiful eyes. Giant and Lynn, before we go back, can I make a small request? And Lynn replied with a straightforward expression. I can even make a huge request. That is, before we leave the divine mirror world, can you give me a hug? Tina asked in a quiet voice, and Lynn faltered slightly upon hearing this. What kind of request was this? He naturally wasn't going to refuse such a request. He pulled the young fairy into his arms and basked in the familiar warmth and the refreshing scent of the forest. Tina also extended her arms and hugged the man before her tightly, a rare sight to behold. Giant and Lynn, I'm super happy right now. Me too. I feel super blessed. Me too. Just like that, the two of them embraced each other in the boundless desert. The red sun, the glow of the sunset, and the sand that was swirling in the wind made the moment when the two of them embraced each other so beautiful that it was like an eternal painting that had experienced countless years and transcended time and space. By the way, little Na, can you teleport back to the Tai Chu continent now? And Lynn was a little concerned. Of course you can. Last time, I instinctively crossed over and followed your aura. Now that I have experience and know the coordinates, I can directly cross over. You sound so professional. Do you really have no concept of the creation authority? I've remembered something. I have a rough idea. What did you think of? And Lynn asked excitedly. I'll tell you later. Let's go back now, Tina urged. The elf maiden immediately drew a line with her fingertip, and a square-shaped gate of the two realms appeared in front of Lynn without hesitation. The gate shimmered with a golden light, and a vast and boundless aura emanated from within. This was none other than the aura of the Tai Chu continent. Tina was a little disconsolate, but a smile appeared on her face in the end. "Let's go, Giant and Lin." "All right, let's go home." And Lin stepped into the gate of the two realms first, and the two of them made their way through the gate. After a rush of dizziness, the scenery of the Tai Chu continent reappeared before their eyes, and Lin appeared on the continent near the White Nectar Sea. This was the place that Tina had dragged him into. This was a very easy place to locate, and Tina only had to do a few simple things to do. He was immediately dumbstruck by the scenes that unfolded before his eyes. The earth was cracked open and rocks were surging. There was not a single place in this vast expanse of land that was left intact. Even the White Nectar Sea at the center of the Tai Chu continent had been transformed from a round sea into a flower petal. Countless rivers of white seawater flowed toward the continent, and the sea level plummeted at a rapid rate. Even the landscape had been altered by the battle that had just taken place. The heavens had been shattered, and countless spatial rifts imbued with the power of great annihilation flowed out from within. All things that came into contact with those spatial rifts would be annihilated regardless of what they were. This had become a perilous realm that no one dared to approach. Is the battle over? I can't sense any more clashes. And Lin turned toward Yutong City to find that it was still intact, and he heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Thankfully, the battle didn't spread to Yutong City, and that was something to be happy about. Let's go there and find out what happened. That was what Lin was thinking, until he saw a streak of azure light hurtling toward him with a familiar aura. Xiaolan! And Lin spread open his arms with elation and welcomed her into his embrace. Slap! An overwhelming force suddenly crashed into his face. Boom! And Lin was slapped, flying for tens of thousands of meters. Tina's mouth gaped open in shock. Su Xiaolan stared at Lin with tears in her eyes. It's like this again. It's like this every time. Why do you always have to face danger by yourself? Can't you let me stand with you? I won't be afraid even if I die. And Lin was a little dumbstruck. He rubbed his swollen face. What had he done to his face recently? He kept getting slapped. I'm sorry, I had no choice. Nuwa was only willing to save you, not me. One of us has to escape. And Lin made his way toward Su Xiaolan with a sincere expression. Su Xiaolan was so enraged that she wanted to slap Lin again. However, her hand stopped in midair, and she looked at Lin with tears in her eyes. Don't you understand? I'd rather die with you than leave you when you're in danger. Why don't you understand? Why don't you understand? Su Xiaolan had always been a goddess who stood high and mighty in the eyes of the world, but now she was sobbing and complaining. And Lin looked at the green-robed female before him with complex emotions in his heart. How could he not understand what Su Xiaolan was thinking? It was just that understanding was one thing, and how he was going to do it was another. He could let Xiaolan take the risk with him, but he couldn't let her die in front of him. And Lin didn't know how to comfort the woman before him, so he could only hold her tightly in his arms, feeling each other's warmth and heartbeat. Tina stared at the two of them embracing before her, and ripples appeared in her clear, gem-like eyes. She was a little dazed and a little dazed. In the end, an extremely moving smile appeared on her face. The direction of the world had been successfully changed. She saw a different future. She still had to work hard from now on. She had to work hard to give the world a perfect ending. Chapter 2195. Little Na, I heard from them that you were the one who saved Lin at the most critical moment. Thank you very much. Su Xiaolan looked at Tina with gratitude in her eyes. Giant Lin is my master, so it's only my duty. Tina transformed into her little fairy form and sat on Lin's shoulder with a wide grin. Su Xiaolan was genuinely elated to see Tina. Little Na, has your divine mirror world evolved successfully? What cultivation base are you at now? Why can't I detect your cultivation base? Su Xiaolan asked. Well, I can barely be considered a god of creation stage cultivator, but I'm a bit lacking in power, so I can only be considered a fake god of creation stage cultivator. Tina scratched her head with a smile. Even Su Xiaolan couldn't help but draw a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Her voice trembled as she said, What did you say? You're already a god of creation stage cultivator? Tina had progressed from the return to void pinnacle stage to the god of creation stage in just 1 year? What kind of joke was this? Little Na's situation is a bit special. She experienced something very special in the divine mirror world, and she's currently suffering from amnesia. And Lin explained, By the way, Little Na, let me introduce to you Su Xiaolan, my Dao partner. Don't worry, Jian and Lin, my memories are slowly recovering, and I still remember big sister Su Xiaolan. Tina extended a dainty smile toward Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan felt like what had happened to Tina had completely flipped her world upside down. She asked about Tina's condition with concern in her eyes and even used her essential power to examine Tina's body, acting like a big sister who was concerned about her little sister. Unfortunately, she couldn't figure out what was going on, so the three of them could only return to Yutong City. News of Enlin's return spread throughout Yutong City, and all of the living beings in the city came out to give him a warm welcome. All of the soldiers were moved to tears. They knew that Enlin had been rescued, but Enlin's return still created an unimaginable tidal wave. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Enlin, God of War, will never be defeated, his brilliance unparalleled. The experts shouted excitedly. Over 100 million creatures came out of the city to welcome them. This was simply too great, and the scene was extremely spectacular. At a glance, there were warriors of various races, and there was no end in sight. They lined up in an orderly fashion, bowing, raising their hands in the air and cheering. And Lin was already at ease in the face of such a scene. He began to wave back to his comrades who welcomed him. Although he could handle such a situation, it didn't mean that he didn't feel anything. On the contrary, he was extremely touched. Wasn't the adoration and love of these comrades an affirmation of what he had done? A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. This saying could be applied to Enlin as well. Even after his identity was exposed and it was confirmed that he was a heavenly darkness god, these living beings still firmly chose to stand with him. They still trusted him and even revered him as their supreme commander. And Lin knew in that instant that it was worth it to risk his life for them. And Lin's return made Yutong City revel in celebration. The battling Buddha, Michael, Demon Lord Lingu, and the others all hugged Enlin with excitement. All of them were extremely moved by the battle that had just taken place, and they almost wanted to wash their faces with tears. Thankfully, Tina had pulled off a miracle and successfully rescued Enlin. It was exactly because of this that Tina's name became renowned across the entire continent. Being able to rescue Enlin right under the noses of the 4 paramount heavenly gods was a feat that defied the natural order. His strength had been highly praised by some mighty figures, and in the end, all of them could be summed up with the phrase unfathomable. After Enlin returned to Yutong City, the members of the God of Destruction team reported to him what had happened, and he finally understood what had happened. The 4 paramount heavenly gods were extremely enraged after failing to kill Enlin. However, they didn't vent their anger on Yutong City. Instead, they directed their anger at the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess had no choice but to run away. The 3 paramount heavenly gods had no choice but to give chase. The 4 paramount heavenly gods fought as they fled. With the heavenly light goddess powers, there was no way that she could escape from the 3 paramount heavenly gods. However, at this critical juncture, the heavenly light goddess issued an absolute command, and close to half of the heavenly human tribe united army rebelled. That's right, the heavenly human tribe and the heavenly gods who had once been loyal to the heavenly earth god had suddenly turned their attention to the 3 paramount heavenly gods. Moreover, the They had self-detonated in order to buy time for the heavenly light God. Even the self-detonation of heavenly gods wouldn't be able to buy time. However, there were tens of millions of heavenly human tribe united army at the time. Such a massive number of heavenly human tribe united army detonated at the same time. And this was not even taking into account the fact that there were 3 heavenly gods participating in the self-detonation. The heavenly temperature god, the heavenly slaughter god, and the heavenly solitary star god had all died for the sake of light. In that instant, the entire sky above the Tai Chu continent seemed to have been filled with the power of the self-detonation of the heavenly human tribe, united army, and heavenly gods. This was an extremely spectacular and tragic scene, and even the heaven-crushing united army was struck by a sense of awe and veneration toward the heavenly human tribe united army. The fact that they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the heavenly light goddess showed just how powerful these heavenly human tribe united army really were. It was exactly because of the sudden arrival of the heavenly human tribe united army and their self-detonation that the 3 paramount heavenly gods were severely hampered. The heavenly light goddess found an opening, and she unleashed her heavenly light power to the extreme to break free from the 3 paramount heavenly gods. The 3 paramount heavenly gods had failed again. They were extremely enraged, and they wanted to attack Yutong City to vent their anger. However, their true forms of Tao had been used for too long, and they were beginning to revert back to normal paramount heavenly gods. Normally, even normal paramount heavenly gods would have been more than enough to destroy Yutong City. However, Nuwa teleported Su Xiaolan to Yutong City. Demon Emperor Si was able to unleash his god of creation stage power for a short period of time, and even the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue had appeared above Yutong City. If a battle were to break out, the outcome would be very difficult to predict. The 3 paramount heavenly gods had already been dealt a heavy blow, and they decided to give up and return to the White Nectar Sea. To put it more accurately, they had become a little autistic, and they set up a spell formation and refused to come out. The central heavenly gate had collapsed, the world tree had been severed, the 3-phase true heavenly reincarnation formation had been foiled, and the living world had been destroyed. The 2 true forms of Tao had been forced out of their bodies, and they had suffered a devastating blow. And the result? They had unleashed their true forms of Tao, but even the heavenly light goddess was unable to escape, and they couldn't even kill Enlin and Su Xiaolan. In the end, they couldn't even take down Yutong City. They had unleashed their ultimate forms, but they had achieved nothing. If they weren't autistic, who was? Chapter 2196. At the center of the White Nectar Sea, at the summit of the divine tree, the 3 paramount heavenly gods looked up at the sky with melancholy expressions. The heavenly sea god had transformed into a little water person. The heavenly heaven god had transformed into a little white person. And the heavenly life goddess had transformed into a little green woman. And Lin has returned to Yutong City, the heavenly heaven god suddenly said. The little water person and the little green person shuddered upon hearing this. We've lost, the heavenly life goddess murmured. And Lin must be very happy right now. He forced 2 of our paramount heavenly gods to reveal their true Tao without suffering a single casualty, ruined our plan, destroyed our world, and forced tens of millions of heavenly human tribe, powerful beings, to self-detonate. The faces of the other 2 paramount heavenly gods convulsed with every sentence the heavenly sea god spoke. It was as if every sentence he uttered was throwing knives into their hearts. By the way, I have some good news. The heavenly earth god suddenly changed the subject. What good news? The heavenly heaven god asked. The 2 heavenly disciples of the heaven-crushing sect unleashed a barrage of cannons, while the heavenly light goddess was away from the eastern heavenly gate. The heavenly human tribe united army suffered over 10 million casualties, and half of the eastern heavenly gate has also been destroyed. The heavenly earth god said, the heavenly heaven god. A wry smile appeared on the heavenly life goddess face. Have we fallen so low that we have to use these trivial matters to console our wounded hearts? When these words came out, the supreme heavenly deities didn't say anything again. All of them were quite autistic. The heavenly sea god was the most distressed. He still had a target that no one knew about, but he felt like he was getting further and further away from that target. If he wanted to kill all of the other paramount heavenly gods, then he would have to bring all of them to the same level. The plan to use the golden trident to force out the heavenly heaven god's true form of Tao was going very smoothly. However, the plan to force out the true form of the heavenly light god's true form of divine Tao was foiled by the sudden appearance of Enlil. However, at that time he was extremely quick-witted and immediately changed his battle strategy. He wanted to use Enlil's life sacrifice to drastically increase his power and force the heavenly light goddess and heavenly life goddess to reveal their Tao forms. This would not only deal a blow to Enlil, but it would also deal a blow to the other two supreme heavenly gods. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Who would have thought that the divine Phoenix Maiden would appear? Who would have thought that Nuwa would appear? Who would have thought that there would be a terrifyingly powerful god of creation stage, fairy hiding in the shadows? The tides of the battle turned in an instant, and Lin had disappeared, and the heavenly light goddess had escaped. Failure! All the plans had failed. The heavenly sea god had never been this close to success. He had never been that far from success. Right now, he could not think of a way to turn the situation around. He felt like he could only lie on the divine tree and wait for death. The heavenly light goddess was already this powerful without even using her true Tao form. Furthermore, she wasn't even in her complete transformation state. Once she completed her transformation, wouldn't she be able to beat the 3 of them up? Life, can the 3 true heavenly reincarnation formations still be usable? The heavenly heaven god asked. The essence of the immeasurable flower has been severely damaged. I'm trying my best to recover its effects, but no matter how much I try, it's no longer as powerful as it was at its peak. Under normal circumstances, even if we use the formation, we'll only be slightly more powerful than the heavenly light goddess. However, we definitely won't be able to defeat her after she uses her true Tao form, the heavenly life goddess said in a forlorn voice. Don't we have the buff state? We can inject our true Tao form into the formation, the heavenly sea god said in an urgent voice. The heavenly life goddess glowered at the 2 heavenly gods before her with an even more resentful expression. See, you have the cheek to use your true Tao form? See, don't you still have your true Tao form? The heavenly heaven god asked. The 3 of us will only be invincible if we activate the formation and unleash our true Tao form at the same time. If I use it alone, we might still have a chance against the heavenly light goddess, who hasn't completed her transformation yet. However, once she completes her transformation and unleashes her true Tao form, our chances of winning will be extremely slim, the heavenly life goddess said. The heavenly heaven god and the heavenly sea god collapsed onto the tree again upon hearing this. This was too difficult. They had clearly been dealt a good hand, but they had completely trashed it. We can only go from being proactive to passive. Hopefully, Enlil and the heavenly light goddess will both be severely wounded so that we can take advantage of the situation. The heavenly life goddess heaved a forlorn sigh. The 3 paramount heavenly gods continued to look up into the sky as they heaved forlorn sighs. At this point, news of Enlin's return had already spread throughout the entire Tai Chu continent. Billions of living beings began to celebrate as if they were celebrating a festival. The battle between the 5 paramount heavenly gods had a profound impact on the entire Tai Chu continent. Of course, this was definitely a very positive impact for the heaven-crushing United Army. To them, the darkest period had already passed. They could already see the light of victory. Reality had proven that enemies who appeared to be invincible could also be defeated. The powerful beings of the Tai Chu continent were able to unleash their limitless potential in dire straits and create miracles in the face of the impossible. Some neutral powers were beginning to waver. Some powerful beings from opposing powers were even trying to find a way out of fear and trepidation. They were even trying to sound out Lin and the others to see if they would accept them if they surrendered. The most interesting ones were the Blood Tribe Emperor Fu Tian and Emperor and Meng's probing attempts. They clearly had a vendetta against the Blood Tribe, but these two emperors were trying to get in touch with Enlin and even tried to express their special friendship with the Blood Pavilion. Enlin naturally remained silent in the face of this series of attempts to test the waters and express goodwill. He didn't object, nor did he agree. His intentions were very clear. The other party had to do something meaningful in order to express their loyalty. Otherwise, all of this would just be empty talk. After a few battles, an astonishing reversal had already taken place. All of the living beings resisting the heavenly human tribe were no longer in despair and despair. Instead, all of them were filled with fighting spirit, and they wanted to fight the heavenly human tribe to the death. One exceptional prodigy after another rose to prominence during the war, such as Demon Lord Ling Gu of the True Demon Tribe, Demon Emperor Siu, True Lord Erling of the Heavenly Court, Moon Goddess Chang, Ice Matriarch Shangguan, of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, and Fairy Tina of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. They were like dazzling stars in the sky. Even at night, the starlight they emitted was enough to illuminate the entire earth. Not to mention that the heavenly human tribe also had a son among their ranks. That's right, that son was Enlin. He was clearly the heavenly darkness god, but he was believed by countless living beings to be the son of the Tai Chu continent. Wasn't that very interesting? However, that was what all of the living beings thought. They weren't looking at what type of power Enlin possessed. Instead, they were looking at how Enlin did what he did. It was Enlin who disregarded life and death time and time again to create a series of miracles that gave them hope of victory. Hence, Enlin was the son that they worshipped and pursued. It was no exaggeration to say that Enlin's popularity had already reached the pinnacle of the Tai Chu continent. Regardless of whether it was the paramount heavenly gods of the heaven-crushing sect or Nuwa of the heaven-mending sect, none of them could compare with him. He was the most dazzling being on the Tai Chu continent. The Tai Chu continent had ushered in a new era in the war against the heavenly human tribe. This was an era that was filled with hope and challenges. Chapter 2197. Ayaya, ayaya. Why are all of these articles praising me? Is there no one who wants to slander me? And Lin looked at the stack of newspapers in front of him. All of the headlines were about him, and all of them were praising him to the heavens. As a result, he was completely unperturbed by the news and the contents of the newspapers. You're the number one war god of the Tai Chu continent. Who would dare to slander you? Su Xiaolan crossed her long and slender legs with a dainty smile on her face. Anyone who dares to slander you will be drowned by the spit of your 80 billion retarded fans. And Lin was astonished. Are there that many? Tina clicked her tongue in wonder as she looked at the data Bai Ling had sent her, and she clicked her tongue in wonder. That's Big Sister Xiaolan's humble way of putting it. According to my incomplete statistics, you already have over 100 billion fans. Even among the opposing factions, there are many admirers. It's like this. Setting aside the fact that no one on our side will slander you, even among the opposing factions, such as the Dark Marshlands, the Creation Realm, and the Western Dragon Forest, there are very few who dare to slander you. At the very most, they'll use your identity as the heavenly darkness goddess to sow discord and fan the flames. However, no one will believe those reports unless they're idiots. Su Xiaolan was very pleased with the current public opinion. Even though this public opinion couldn't decide the course of the battle, it was still very satisfying to watch. She loved it when people praised her and Lin was even more disconsolate upon hearing this. Was this the kind of life he wanted? No, that wasn't the case. What he needed was for countless people to question him, countless people to oppose him, and then he would rise up powerfully and slap everyone's faces. He would live a happy and pretentious life, What was the point of living such a high and mighty life where he was worshipped by countless people? By the way, didn't the heavenly Lord of Tao and virtue come here to help out? Where is he now? And Lin pondered for a moment before asking curiously, I don't know. He just suddenly appeared and then suddenly left. He didn't communicate with us at all. The only reason he appeared was to force the three paramount heavenly gods into retreat, Su Xiaolan said with a regretful expression. Does his appearance mean that he's going to join our heaven-crushing faction? And Lin suddenly felt a little happy. This was a top-tier faction. I don't think so. Su Xiaolan hesitated momentarily before replying. The heavenly Lord of Tao and virtue is a member of the Heaven-Mending Camp. However, ever since you were rescued by Tina, Nuwa and the heavenly Lord of Tao and virtue's attitude toward our camp has become a little ambiguous. Even though they haven't given up on mending the heavens, they won't be able to stop themselves from helping us destroy the heavens. Listening to Su Xiaolan's words, and Lin suddenly felt a headache. To tell the truth, he didn't dislike Butian and felt that Goddess Nvaiwa's actions were understandable. However, he couldn't fathom Goddess Nvaiwa's subsequent change in attitude. Could it be that she was touched by his struggle? Or could it be that Goddess Nvaiwa's benevolent heart was triggered by the fact that too many living beings were about to perish? So be it, let's not think about this. Little Na, Little Lon and I will accompany you on a tour of Yutong City. This city is very beautiful, and there are many interesting places to visit, and Lin suggested. All right, I haven't even had a chance to tour this city yet. Tina was very excited. There are many delicacies in this city. I can take you to try them all. Su Xiaolan was also quite excited. She wanted to taste all of the delicacies in order to gain culinary inspiration. Tina's eyes lit up. Long live Big Sister Lon. Then I'll return the favor. Big Sister Lon, take me to some good food, and I'll teach you the secret to creating a world. You can teach me that too. And Lin was astonished. Of course, it's just a hint to help Big Sister Lon avoid taking the wrong path. The most important thing is still the individual's ability to understand things, which can't be taught. Tina patted her little chest with a confident expression. Then I'll be counting on you, Little Na. They were all friends, so Su Xiaolan naturally wasn't going to hold back. Leave it to me. Little Na was brimming with confidence and generosity. The secret to creating a world that she had taught Little Lon were all things that Little Lon had summarized for her after creating a world, which meant that, strictly speaking, Little Lon was actually teaching herself. It didn't really have much to do with Tina. However, Tina would make some modifications to the secret to make it easier for Little Lon to understand it and avoid taking the wrong path. As for her ability to understand things, that was even less of a concern. Su Xiaolan definitely had the aptitude to do so. She would be able to quickly progress to the God of Creation stage. Thus, Lin and Little Lon embarked on a leisurely and joyful life. The Tai Chu continent seemed to have become peaceful again. Dabai, Little Gu, Little Hong, and Little Tian all called to congratulate Tina upon her return. If it weren't for the fact that the war was still ongoing, they would all want to travel across half of the continent to see the adorable little fairy. On Maple Leaf Avenue, the red maples were like flames, and the fallen leaves danced in the air. Tina placed one crispy spirit corn after another into her mouth as she spoke. Big Sister Xiaolon, if you want to create a world, you have to find the essential power that belongs to you first. Essential power? Su Xiaolan fell into deep thought. That's right. Essential power is the most essential power in this world. It could be said that it is the source of all things, the source of Tao. It is of an extremely high level and is powerful to a certain extent that even the Tai Chu continent's heavenly Tao is unable to interfere with it. This is also why gods of creation are able to remain calm and collected in the face of the threat of the heavenly Tao. This is because they possess the most essential power in this world, and they can even use this essential power to create the heavenly Tao. Su Xiaolan nodded as she extended a finger, and a crimson, holy vermilion flame appeared on her fingertip along with the aura of her holy birth. My vermilion bird power seems to contain the essential power of the vermilion bird after fusing with the power of my holy birth? Tina nodded. That is indeed essential power, but it's not something you've attained on your own. Instead, it's something that you've inherited. Even though you can progress to the God of Creation stage with the essential power of the vermilion bird, it's very difficult to use this kind of inherited essential power to create a world. So, Su Xiaolan's brows perked up slightly. I suggest you attain a completely new type of essential power, Tina suggested. You can try to fuse your vermilion bird and azure dragon divine Tao to create a new type of essential power. This is the holy beast greater essential power that can combine the powers of the 4 holy beasts. Su Xiaolan was stunned by Tina's suggestion. She had considered this path before, but she didn't think that it would be suggested by someone else. This was an audacious, unprecedented, and heaven-defying idea. If she could succeed, she would become a mighty being that transcended above the 4 holy beasts. All the beasts in the universe would look up to her. Big Sister Xiaolan, don't be in such a hurry to refute me. I can tell you my train of thought, Tina said with an earnest expression. And Lin sat off to the side, munching on a hot dog as he looked at the 2 beauties, chatting animatedly. His heart was filled with an indescribable sense of envy. He really envied the beings who could create a world. He was a trash Tao integration stage cultivator, so he could only watch from the sidelines. Chapter 2198. Su Xiaolan was working hard toward the God of Creation stage, and Lin was trying to figure out how to crush the heavens in a reasonable manner. Meanwhile, Tina was pondering how to restore her divine mirror world. She had entered the river of time and transcended countless years, and she had almost completely expended all of her energy as well as the power of her divine mirror world. Even though she was a top-rate god of creation, she was nothing more than an empty shell now, and she was unable to unleash her full combat prowess. Everyone was running toward their own goals. At a certain top-rate immortal sect countless kilometers away from Yutong City, the 4-9 immortal sect, which had been in the limelight the most during this battle, was also looking to be on the rise. During this period of peace, everyone was cultivating as fast as they could. There was a waterfall behind the full moon mountain that crashed down like a silver dragon. Massive amounts of river water crashed down with the force of over 10,000 tons, sending water mist flying into the air. Just like that, a man with his upper body bare endured the force of the falling waterfall. He meditated for a full day and a night. Gradually, he was unable to hold on any longer, and his body swayed a little. However, he was still persevering, as if he was trying to break through some kind of limit. Boom! Ah! He was blasted flying by the monstrous force of the waterfall before crashing into the river in an extremely disheveled manner. Woof! Woof! Dabai immediately ran over to the man who had fallen into the water and picked him up with his mouth. The man cultivating under the waterfall was none other than the renowned sword immortal son Yuluo of the 4-9 immortal sect. He was observing the water ghost sword intent, which was why he was cultivating under the waterfall. Thank you, big brother Dabai. Son Yuluo grimaced in pain as he rubbed his neck. Are you all right? Did you hurt your neck? Woof! Dabai stared at son Yuluo's neck, which was a little red from the force of the waterfall. Son Yuluo twisted his neck from side to side. Maybe my neck is a little tired. Dabai stuck out his tongue with a wide grin. That's easy. I'll teach you a set of exercises for your neck. It'll definitely feel super good. Shake your head like this, lower right, lower left, left, and right, up and down, lower left. Son Yuluo looked at Dabai and murmured to himself, That's way too complicated. I can summarize it, Dabai said. How so? Son Yuluo asked. If you have a bad cervical spine, just use your head to write the word sh*t in the sky, Dabai said. Son Yuluo. Thus, on the 4-9 immortal sect's full moon mountain, There was always an inspirational scene of a handsome man training hard under the waterfall. When he was tired, he would point his head at the sky and write **T on the plaza of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. There was a sweet-tempered woman in colorful clothes cooking. Her identity was not ordinary. That was sect leader and Lin's beast pet, Xiao Gu. Her nickname was also Little Kai. Deputy Pavilion Master Xiao Gu's special dish is ready. Disciples who want to try it, hurry up. Don't miss it as you pass by. If you're too slow, you won't get it. A fox demon female with an extremely charming appearance shouted at the top of her voice. There was no need for her to advertise. The small square was already surrounded by a large group of disciples, discussing fervently, "What is Xiao Gu cooking for us this time? Are you sure it's good stuff? Last time, I had a kimchi made from virgin urine, and I threw up for an entire day after eating it." Another disciple, Qin Yonglong, spoke in a trembling voice. "Her food sounds a little scary, but it really is very effective. Eating that kimchi is equivalent to eating a spirit pill." Another female disciple spoke with a yearning expression. "I heard that Brother Lu broke through to the spirit-nurturing intermediate stage after eating the kimchi made from virgin urine. Are you sure you didn't make the breakthrough because you were mentally stimulated?" Some of the disciples were very panicked. However, they still couldn't help but make their way over to Xiao Gu. The sinister spirit beast cesspool had all types of dark dishes. Xiao Gu was a mighty figure from the sinister spirit beast cesspool, so it was understandable that her dishes were dark dishes. Even though the dishes were quite scary, they really were beneficial to the body. There were quite a few disciples who said that they didn't want the food, and in just a short while, several hundred core disciples had gathered on the small square. Listen up, everyone. The delicacies this time are limited to 20 portions. Disciples who wish to taste Little Gu Pavilion Master's delicacies can sign up now. We will randomly select 20 lucky disciples to have a taste, the Fox Demon Beauty introduced with a smile. All of the disciples looked at the large pot in front of Xiao Gu, upon which there were pig trotters, which were also soaked in a very viscous red soup. It looked very appetizing. Could it be braised pig trotters? All of the disciples were extremely excited, and all of them rushed to register. Pavilion Master Xiao Gu was able to make such a delicious dish. This was an extremely rare opportunity, and no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Finally, registration ended, and the lucky draw began. 20 lucky disciples were selected, and they all cheered excitedly. Among these disciples, there was also Brother Qin Yonglong, who threw up after eating the kimchi made from virgin urine last time. That's right, he was here again. He couldn't help but come. They all eagerly gathered around a large pot and looked at the pig trotters inside as they swallowed their saliva madly, their eyes shining. At this moment, the girl in the colorful dress, Xiao Gu, smiled faintly and said, "Same old rules. Everyone who has been selected must finish all the food in the pot." "Don't waste food." All of the disciples agreed loudly and guaranteed that they would definitely not waste food. Everyone looked at the black pig trotters in the pot, as well as the viscous red liquid, and all felt that it looked very good already. It would definitely be very appetizing. "Pavilion Master Xiao Gu, if I may be so bold as to ask this ingredient," Qin Yonglong asked with some unease. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce." Xiao Gu came back to its senses and said smilingly, "This black pig trotters is the king of the ferocious boars, the pig trotters of the black barbarian boars. They are fresh, tender, and chewy. And this viscous red liquid is the mucus of the red rotten slug that has cultivated for 1,000 years. It can greatly increase the smoothness and freshness of the pig trotters. It also contains extremely high energy and can relax the tendons and activate the meridians." When everyone heard the introduction of the pig trotters, they felt fine, but when they heard the introduction of the red liquid, their legs instantly turned to jelly. The disciples who had not been selected felt as if they had been revived. The lucky disciples who had been selected all felt as if they had been struck by lightning and stood dumbfounded on the spot. The mucus of the red rotten slug? Viscous, smooth, and delicious. Could the pig trotters that had been soaked in this kind of mucus really be eaten? Just imagining it, the lucky disciples almost wanted to vomit. A female disciple's legs were even trembling, her eyes brimming with tears. The large pot of pig trotters that everyone had felt greatly increase their appetite before now looked like the black pig trotters, and red liquid was like a demon staring at them. Chun Yonglong revealed an expression of despair and said, "Pavilion Master, Xiao Gu, can I not eat pig trotters? I'm allergic to pig trotters." Xiao Gu said readily, "Sure, you can drink the soup." Chun Yonglong. Chapter 2199. Chun Yonglong's mood was crumbling. What the F*CK was asking him to drink soup. Drinking the snot of 1,000-year-old rotten slug was better than asking him to die. When the other disciples heard Xiao Gu's words, they couldn't help but cast sympathetic looks at Chun Yonglong. They were only eating pig trotters soaked in snot. But Chun Yonglong was awesome. Directly being ordered to eat snot, this was a true warrior. Compared to Chun Yonglong, they suddenly felt that tasting this delicacy didn't seem so miserable after all. Instead, they felt inexplicably comfortable. This was like a person suddenly being forced to drink urine. That would definitely be a nightmare, and they would resist with all their might. But when they saw that everyone else was forced to eat *T, and only they were forced to drink urine, perhaps they would even feel a sense of superiority from drinking it. Chun Yonglong's experience soothed the psychological trauma of some lucky disciples to a certain extent. They began to turn their eyes to the pig trotters in the pot. "The delicacy is ready. You can all enjoy it. Remember not to waste, and finish them all," Xiao Gu said with a smile. She was clearly a very beautiful and gentle girl, but at this moment her smile was strangely horrifying in the eyes of the disciples. They had already said that they would taste the delicacy, so they could not go back on their word. This was the rule. The disciples could only bite the bullet and do it. Facing the large bowl of soup, Chun Yonglong felt his scalp go numb, his eyes dizzy. "Why can you all eat pig trotters, but I can only drink soup?" "Because you are allergic to pig trotters," the female disciple at the side said with a grin. Chun Yonglong was speechless. The lucky disciples had already begun to dig in, and began to eat noisily. Chun Yonglong looked at the red viscous liquid, and recalled a famous saying that sect leader in Lin had once said. You could not just look at the surface of anything. Some pink and dreamy things could be black when cut open, and some looked extremely ugly, but could contain treasures inside. This saying was extremely meaningful and contained rich life experience. Actually, it could also be used on the delicacy that Xiao Gu made, right? The black pig trotters looked very delicious, much better than the soup. But perhaps the soup that all the disciples avoided like snakes and scorpions was the most delicious essence? Yes, that's right. It had to be so. This soup was the treasure. Chun Yonglong's eyes lit up. When he saw his disciples gnawing on pig trotters with constipated expressions, he knew that he might have discovered the truth. He picked up a big bowl of soup and immediately gulped it down. "This smell is really—" Chun Yonglong's hands, which were holding the bowl, froze. His eyes widened as he looked up at the sky. Burp. Senior brother Chun Yonglong. Brother Chun Yonglong. What happened to you? Oh no, he's foaming at the mouth. Little Guga Master, save me. Guards, quick, send him to the Purple Star Emergency Care Center. In the east of Purple Star Pavilion, there was an incomparably huge palace. How big was it? It was almost 10,000 times the size of the Patriarch's Hall. One had to realize that the sect leader palace was already the most majestic building in the 4-9 immortal sect. What did it mean for it to be 10,000 times larger? It would not be an exaggeration to call it a small continent. It was the Spirit Patriarch Hall. Now, it had become the #1 cultivation ground of the 4-9 immortal sect. In fact, it was even the #1 cultivation ground in the entire Tai Chu continent. There were all sorts of unique cultivation methods for one's consciousness that even the mighty figures of the void spirit realm coveted. Unfortunately, the 4-9 Immortal sect had already severed all ties with them. The blood-curdling cries of the 4-9 Immortal sect disciples and elders reverberated throughout the palace, as if they had entered some kind of haunted house. However, their experiences were even more tragic. There were often sect members who were drenched in blood and lying on stretchers as they were carried out. Quick, send him to the Purple Star Emergency Care Center. Hurry up! Brother Zhao's hands have already been ground into mincemeat, and his consciousness has also been severely wounded. We have to send him to the intensive care unit. There were constantly injured people coming in and out of this place. However, everyone still came here to cultivate tirelessly. The spirit patriarch hall was simply too miraculous. It was so miraculous that all of the sect members wanted to explore it, even if they had to endure the terrifying dangers. Basically, with every cultivation session, the power of their consciousness would increase at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. It could be said that all of the 4-9 Immortal sect members' consciousnesses had been tempered to a certain extent. Coupled with the Purple Star Pavilion's perfect after-sale service, their slogan was, "As long as you still have a single breath left in you, we can save you and make a perfect recovery." Hearing this slogan, all of the sect members had nothing to worry about when they participated in the trial. Hence, even though the Spirit Patriarch Hall was very terrifying, it was still very lively. The lonely guardian artifact spirit, the Spirit Maiden, was finally happy. She wore a red qipao, which accentuated her lithe, exquisite, and curvaceous figure. She held a glass of red wine with her slender fingers, and her red lips parted slightly as she sipped on the red wine while listening to the melodious music of the disciples' blood-curdling screams. She felt like every single day was blissful and fulfilling. The soul saber formation in the White Tiger trial is too weak for a high-level soul formation stage trial. A few disciples didn't even cry after passing through the soul saber formation. This part can be improved. Bai Ling looked at the screen and spoke in an indifferent voice. The Spirit Maiden looked at Bai Ling with approval. What a coincidence! I was thinking the same thing, Sister Bai. You really are my soulmate. The two of them looked at each other with a smile, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. As the messenger, Zhou Yu didn't even dare to breathe loudly as cold sweat poured down his face. It was as if he would disrupt the conspiracy of these two demons if he opened his mouth. He began to browse through the 4-9 Immortal sect news, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing a certain piece of news. This instantly attracted the attention of the two women. What are you looking at? Is it that funny? Bai Ling asked curiously. Ha ha ha. Chun Yonglong drank the snot of the 1,000-year red rotten slug like it was soup. It was so disgusting that he frothed it at the mouth and was sent to the Purple Star Emergency Center. Zhou Yu was grinning from ear to ear. Is it Little Gu's dark cuisine again? Bai Ling chuckled lightly. The Spirit Maiden murmured, I feel like Little Gu definitely knows what he's doing when cooking. It's probably not a matter of taste that's causing him to be hospitalized. Instead, when snot is unpalatable to a certain extent, his senses and consciousness will all respond to this taste. Furthermore, his impression of that taste and sensation will continue to deepen, thereby giving him a double blow, that's right. I feel like the main reason why he was hospitalized was because his consciousness was severely impacted. The Spirit Maiden murmured. Her eyes became brighter and brighter, as if she had received some sort of revelation. That's right. Intense disgust can also provide a peculiar spiritual impact, thereby stimulating the potential of one's consciousness. I've already thought of how to set up the new trial. I'm in as well. Bai Ling's eyes also lit up. Zhou Yu's expression was one of shock and horror. Were these two women demons? He was starting to regret watching the news and laughing. He was the sinner of the 4-9 Immortal sect disciples. Chapter 2200. Before they knew it, night fell. Nighttime at the 4-9 Immortal sect was extremely beautiful. Countless lanterns floated high up in the night sky like a sea of stars. The disciples were either sparring with each other in the dojo or sitting on the mountain peak to discuss the Tao. In fact, sleep was no longer something they had to do every day. Some of the more active disciples could even chat with their fellow disciples for days and nights. The Full Moon Mountain was the most renowned mountain in the 4-9 Immortal sect. There was a large hot spring near the summit of the mountain known as the Moon Pond. From the top of the mountain, one could see stars twinkling around the moon, and from the bottom of the mountain, one could see brilliant lanterns. It was a holy land that all male disciples yearned for. Why was it so unreachable? That was because the Moon Pond was only open to the female disciples of the sect. Countless beautiful women, ranging from legendary beauties such as Lu Qianhuan, Yiling, and Baiyao, all the way down to the adorable female disciples of the sect, would choose to soak themselves in the Moon Pond to rest and observe their Tao. The male disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect could only shake their heads and sigh as they gazed up at the mountain, unable to do anything else. It wasn't that no one wanted to sneak a peek, but the grass on his grave was already 30 feet tall. The manager of the hot spring, Setting Moon's celestial immortal Su Qianyin, was a merciless weapon. At this moment, the Moon Pond suddenly created a massive stir. Something that could elicit such a reaction from the female disciples of the Tai Chu continent was naturally quite extraordinary. The most renowned woman in the eastern region of the Tai Chu continent had arrived at the Moon Pond. That's right, the moon goddess Chang had descended into the mortal world. The Moon Pond on the Full Moon Mountain had welcomed the true master of the moon. Wasn't this very interesting? She looked at the moon every day, and now the master of the moon had truly arrived. The female disciples of the sect naturally screamed in excitement. Being able to interact with Chang intimately was a rare opportunity, and it was unimaginable to the world. Even the immortals of the celestial court didn't receive such good treatment, let alone the other first-rate sects on the Tai Chu continent. This was a matter of platform. Su Qianyin and Enlin of the 4-9 Immortal sect were on very good terms with Chang which was why all of the female disciples were able to see and interact with Chang. Chang'e was indeed a super beautiful woman, so beautiful that it was a little dreamy. Under the illumination of the moonlight, even the most beautiful woman in the sect, Su Qianyin, paled in comparison to her. However, it wasn't to the extent that all of the other beauties in the sect paled in comparison. For example, Lu Qianhuan was mischievous, Baiyao was pure and seductive, Yiling was innocent and seductive, and Xiaohong was seductive and seductive. All of these were traits that she didn't have. All of the goddesses of the 4-9 Immortal sect were simply too good-looking. In the moon pool, Chang'e could only be said to be very eye-catching. She couldn't suppress her beauty, and at most, made this dreamy garden seem even more vibrant. In the moon pool, Chang'e also took off her clothes and soaked in the hot spring with a group of women. She was definitely the most fortunate woman on the entire Tai Chu continent. Unfortunately, only the female disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect were fortunate enough to witness this. All of the celestial maidens were very excited, and all of them were laughing and joking around in the moon pool. Some of them praised Chang'e's perfect figure, some praised Chang'e's superb skin, and some even said that Chang'e was the embodiment of the essence of the moon and that hugging her would extend her lifespan by at least 100 years. However, only Su Qianyin dared to touch big sister Chang'e's body. Everyone else was just licking their lips. Chang'e was stunned by the enthusiasm of these 4-9 Immortal sect female disciples, but she was quite fond of this feeling. She felt like she had suddenly gained many sisters. That female disciple's face is so pretty. That female disciple's hair is so soft. The female disciple on the left has a huge bear. I really want to touch it, but I have to maintain my image as a goddess. Chang'e's heart was filled with conflict, and she had no choice but to place her hand on Su Qianyun's body. Big Sister Chang'e? Su Qianyun raised her head, and her dreamy blue eyes were shimmering with tears. Her supple skin was particularly alluring under the dense mist of water. Nice, Chang'e said in a nasal voice. After being the moon for so long, I can finally take a good bath and relax my body and mind. Big Sister Chang'e has always been pure and untainted. Even after 10,000 years, she's still a super clean beauty, Su Qianyun said in a mellow voice. You're such a sweet talker. Chang'e pinched Su Qianyun's nose. After pinching Su Qianyun's nose, she extended her hand toward other parts of her body. Su Qianyun evaded with a smile before splashing water toward Chang'e. Chang'e refused to back down, and the two of them began a water fight in the hot spring. You're bullying my Su Qianyun. I'll help you. Lu Qianhuan joined in on the water fight. Big Sister Chang'e, I'll help you. Bai Yao ran over to Chang'e's side and joined in the water fight. All of the sisters were also very excited, and they began to play around in the hot spring. The frolicking and bell-like laughter were the best heavenly music in the hot spring, refreshing the heart and mind. After a while, all of the women took a break. Chang'e began to share her skincare and beauty tips with all of the celestial maidens. She also promoted her Moon Palace specialty products, the Moon Essence, as well as her Osmanthus skin cream and detoxification moon pill. All of the women immediately began to buy. All of the wealthy women of the 4-9 Immortal sect had no shortage of money. Chang'e's actions had earned her fans as well as spirit stones. It could be said that she had gained both fame and fortune. She was definitely the biggest winner of all. After shopping, it was time for the women to gossip. Shopping, putting on makeup, and gossiping were all part of women's nature. Regardless of whether they were ignorant young girls or experienced celestial maidens, none of them could rid themselves of this hobby. Big Sister Chang'e, I heard that true Lord Erling challenged you to a sparring match after the conclusion of the Eastern Front battle, and you knocked him out with 3 palm strikes. Is that true? Dongjin asked with a curious expression. All of the female disciples who were secretly admiring true Lord Erling immediately perked up. Of course it's not true. Chang'e smiled lightly. Some of the female disciples heaved a faint sigh of relief. As expected, it was all just a rumor. As the former war god of the celestial court, no matter how weak she was, there was no way she would be so easily defeated. I only used 2 palm strikes to block true Lord Erling. In reality, I only used 1 palm strike to defeat true Lord Erling. Chang'e spoke with a nonchalant expression. Gasp! All of the women drew a sharp intake of breath. All of the female disciples who had just heaved a sigh of relief shuddered, and tears almost flowed from their eyes as if they had been dealt a heavy blow. By the way, I heard that Xianyuan Cheng of your 4-9 Immortal sect has a Tao partner now. Chang'e changed the subject. Many of the female disciples heaved forlorn sighs at the mention of Xianyuan Cheng. That's right, he's taken. Sister Shu Honglan is so awesome. She has successfully won Prince Charming Xuanyuan's heart. Sigh. They're in love with each other anyway. Now that they've officially acknowledged each other as Tao partners, it's not a big deal. Sigh. Why do all the Prince Charming of our sect have a significant other? All of the female disciples sighed with emotion. Blood young Lord Merlin is so handsome, but he doesn't have a Tao partner either. Forget about it. All he thinks about is the sect leader every day. He doesn't even spare us a second glance. All the members of the Blood Pavilion are like this. I wonder why. Speaking of sect leader Enlin, when is he going to return to the sect? I really want to see him flex on stage. Me too. Me too. Almost all of the female disciples' eyes lit up at the mention of Enlin, and the atmosphere instantly became livelier. They were only so united when they were talking about Enlin. They were like a bunch of loyal fangirls who wouldn't allow anyone to slander them. And Lin, Chang'e looked up into the sky with a faint smile on her exquisitely beautiful features. I'm also looking forward to seeing him again. Chapter 2201. Big Boss and Lin, I'm becoming more and more bad *SS. What should I do? Let's talk about that when you're more bad *S than me. Big Boss and Lin, I made some West Sea seafood. Would you like to try it? Sure, bring me 3 servings. Aside from you and Big Sister Lon, is there another one for me? I want to make it for Little Na and Little Lon. I'll bring 4 servings. Lon Xiaoni! The mermaid princess swayed her long and slender tail as she glanced at the absent-minded man. She pouted her lips and ran off to get some seafood with an unhappy expression. Thus, and Lin continued to tour Yutong City with Tina and Little Lon. Tina told Little Lon a lot of information about the god of creation, which gave her a lot of inspiration and made her more resolute and decisive toward her future path. And Lin also listened with keen interest from the side. Even though he was a little mystified, he couldn't help but feel like it was quite impressive. My Little Na and Little Lon are so awesome. 2 days later, Little Lon decided to go into seclusion. Tina also wanted to go back to the divine mirror world. Little Na, why are you going back to the divine mirror world? Did something happen? And Lin asked with a concerned expression. He was afraid that Tina would be gone for a long time. Don't worry about me, Giant and Lin. I'm trying to figure out how to recover my power in the divine mirror world. Tina's smile was pure and beautiful, but her heart was extremely determined. She had to recover her power as quickly as possible. Only then would she be able to protect Lin and prevent another tragedy from occurring. I have a few friends who are also gods of creation. Should you ask them to teach you how to sense the god of creation powers? They can also see why your divine mirror world is undergoing such changes. They're very experienced, and they might be able to find the source. And Lin was still a little concerned. Tina shook her head upon hearing this. There's no need for that. Little Na already told me that ever since we returned to the Tai Chu continent, Little Na's memory has been quickly recovering. Little Na already knows how to use the god of creation powers. Then what about the source of the changes in the divine mirror world? And Lin asked. Little Na has an idea about that as well, Tina replied obediently. However, she was thinking to herself that she was probably the only god of creation who knew more about this than she did. After all, she was the only one who had gone against the flow of time. Don't worry, Giant and Lin, Little Na will be fine. Tina flew onto Lin's shoulder and rubbed her little head against Lin's cheek. And Lin hesitated momentarily before heaving a forlorn sigh. So be it, I'll go in with you. I'm the heavenly Tao of darkness. After all, so there are some things where my senses are better than yours. I should be able to help you. Tina faltered upon hearing this before Lin's god. I'm the Tao of the darkness, Lin said. The two of them entered the divine mirror world again. Both Lin and Tina had different feelings toward this bleak and desolate world. And Lin's heart throbbed with grief and guilt at the thought of how long the adorable Tina had been stuck in this godforsaken place. Tina's heart throbbed with guilt and sorrow at the thought of how long the adorable Tina had been stuck in this accursed place. Tina was fine as the past was the past, and all of the pain and loneliness she had experienced had disappeared from the moment she saw Lin. She knew what she had to do, so her eyes were bright and clear, as if they were imbued with boundless hope and longing. I'm going to make this world a more beautiful and perfect place. The fairy made a vow to the barren and desolate world, and Lin nodded. Shall we create humans first? Tina blushed. What humans? If we don't create some intelligent life forms, are we going to wait for wild boars to develop intelligence? And Lin asked. Oh, Tina nodded with an enlightened expression. Most of the living beings in the divine mirror world are still alive. The fairy maiden patted her chest and said, They're in my heart. And Lin's lips twitched. They're immortal in your heart? That's not what I meant. Tina reverted to her human size before plunging her hand into her own heart right in front of Enlin's eyes. The scene was extremely bloody. Tui, no, there was no blood. There was only a flash of red light. Then Tina took out a beautiful red pendant from her pocket, and Lin could sense his own aura from the pendant, and his heart jolted violently, as if he were about to stop breathing. This is... And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath as an expression of shock appeared on his face. Oh, this is a treasure that has your aura on it, but that's not the point. Tina shook her head with a smile. When I extracted the energy of this world, I transferred most of the living beings into this pendant. There's a world within this pendant as well, and Lin was astonished. What kind of technique was this to create a world within an object? Could it be that the legendary divine ability, one flower, one world, really existed? Was Tina already this powerful? So you're saying that the destruction of this world didn't lead to the extinction of all living beings? And Lin sighed with emotion. Tina nodded. I gave them a choice, but there were still a few living beings who chose to remain in this world, so I couldn't force them to do so. The fossilized living beings you saw earlier were none other than them, Giant and Lin. And Lin was enlightened upon hearing this. No wonder he had been confused as to why there were so few fossilized living beings in such a massive city. So it turned out that most of the living beings had been transferred away. So what we have to do now is to transform the divine mirror world into a complete world, and that'll solve all of our problems. And Lin asked. Tina nodded. That's right, but it's very difficult. I've overexerted myself and severely damaged the foundation of this world. Right now, the divine mirror world is like a dried-up well that has been running dry for countless years. I can't repair the foundation of this world, so I can't use my authority over this world to revive it, and Lin understood Tina's predicament upon hearing this. The foundation of this world had been severely damaged, and the gods of creation would find it difficult to repair it. This kind of destruction was usually a chain reaction. It was already very difficult for her to maintain this world and prevent it from going down the path of complete destruction. And Lin had already recovered to his peak condition, and he sensed the heavenly Tao again to find that even though the heavenly Tao was complete, it was extremely feeble and could crumble at any moment. If the heavenly Tao of the essence world were to crumble, then the gods of creation would also be destroyed, right? After all, Tina was the heavens and the heavens were Tina. The two of them arrived at the center of the world, the immortal realm that they had once created. The immortal realm had been reduced to a crater, and there were inky black rocks all around it. There were also some dust bugs crawling all over the ground, creating a bleak and barren landscape. The scenes of vital energy pouring down like rain, fresh flowers, spirit fruits, and immortal fruits were nowhere to be seen. This is the center of the lifeline of heaven and earth. If we want to revive the entire world, we have to start here. Tina said,